Will all those who are present in the chamber and able to stand, please rise for the presentation of the colors by the Colorado Air National Guard.
Halt. Present arms.
The national anthem will now be sung by Michaela Jade Carter, daughter of Representative Carter.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave truth through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the grace?
Colors turn. Hodge.
Thank you to the members of the Colorado Air National Guard for presenting the colors, Master Sergeant Logan Tucker, Staff Sergeant Israel Staten, Staff Sergeant Augustus Wyatt, and Airman First Class Jacob Caesar. Thank you also to our anthem singer, Michaela Jade Carter. Now I invite our legislators who have served in the military to please come down to the well and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you to our members of the Veterans Caucus. It is an honor to serve with you. Thank you to State Bagpiper Master Sergeant James DeGeorge III of the Colorado Army National Guard. Mr. Shebel, please call the roll.
Representatives Bacon. Barone. Basenecker. Bottoms. Bradfield. Bradley. Brooks. Brown. Caldwell. Camacho. Carter. Clifford. DeGraff. Duran. English. Espinoza. Foray. He's here. Flanell. Froelich. Garcia. Garcia Sander. Gilchrist. Goldstein. Gonzalez. Hamrick. Hartsook. Jackson. Johnson. Joseph. Kelty. Leader is excused. Lindsay. Luck. Lukens. Mabry. Representative Mabry is excused. Marshall. Representative Marshall is excused. Martinez. Morrow. Rep. McCormick is excused. Wynn. Pascal. Phillips. Richardson. Ricks. Representative Ricks is here. Rutinell. Ryden. Oh, Rep. Ryden is excused. Sirota. Slaw. Smith. Soper. Representative Soper is excused. Stewart K. Stewart R. Story. Sukla. Taggart. Titone. Valdez.
A.
Velasco. Representative Velasco.
Excused.
Rep. Weinberg is excused. Wilford. Winter. Woodrow. Woog. Zokai. Rep. Zokai is excused. And Madam Speaker.
Here. With 56 present, 9 excused, we do have a quorum. Representative Stewart.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is an honor to serve with you.
It is an honor to serve with you.
Madam Speaker, I move that the Journal of Thursday, February 5th, 2026 be approved as corrected by the Chief Clerk.
Thank you, Representative Stewart. Members, you have heard the motion, and in honor of Military Appreciation Day, let's have a full-throated response. You have heard the motion that the journal be approved as corrected by the Chief Clerk. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. No! The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Majority Leader Duran. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to proceed out of order for consideration of resolutions.
Seeing no objection, the House will proceed out of order for consideration of resolutions. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you,
Members-
Madam Speaker. Members, do I have your attention? Each resolution will be read by title, moved by the House sponsors, and a short description will be read. We will then take a recorded vote and ask for co-sponsors on each resolution. We will do this for all 13 resolutions. Once we finish taking action on the resolutions, we will recess to allow comments from the House and Senate prime sponsors of the resolutions. Though we will be in recess, please remain in the chamber. I will repeat that. Though we will be in recess, please all remain in the chamber. While the prime sponsors are speaking on the resolutions, we are asking you to please limit remarks to 5 minutes total to ensure our program continues in a timely manner while our esteemed guests are present. To begin, we have a short video prepared by our Veterans Caucus. After the video plays, Mr. Schiebel will read the title of our first resolution. Thank you, everyone.
I do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same, and that I will obey the orders of the President of the United States and the orders of the officers appointed over me, according to the regulations and the Uniform Code of Military Justice, so help me God.
Members, I will invite those of you that are sponsors on our resolutions to make your way down to the well as we near your resolution. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Joint Resolution 1004.
House Joint Resolution 1004 by Representatives Duran and Caldwell, also Senators Ball and Frizzell, concerning recognition of the military, veterans, POW, MIA, and Gold Star families.
Minority Leader Caldwell.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask HJR 26-1004 be moved and read.
Please proceed, Mr. Schiebel, with a summary of our resolution.
Colorado has a strong, distinguished, and dedicated history of military service and benefits greatly from the more than 47,000 men and women who are currently serving in our armed forces across all branches of the military and the more than 340,000 veterans across this great state. We recognize all our service members who have sacrificed their lives for our nation and for the ideas of democracy and freedom. And we honor our Gold Star families who have had a loved one lost in the line of duty, prisoners of war, and those who went missing in action. Be it resolved by the House of Representatives, we, members of the General Assembly, extend our heartfelt gratitude to our state's veterans, past and present, to all members of the military, and the family members of our Gold Star families, prisoners of war, and those who went missing in action.
Members, the motion before us is the adoption of House Joint Resolution 1004. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Bradley, how do you vote? Representative Bradley, I could not hear you. If you could motion with a thumbs up or a thumbs down. Representative Bradley motions with a thumbs up and votes yes. Representative Valdez, how do you vote? Representative Valdez votes yes. Please close the machine. With 59 ayes, 0 no, and 6 excused, House Joint Resolution 1004 is adopted. Co-sponsor. Representatives Bradley and Valdez, co-sponsor. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Joint Resolution 1005.
House Joint Resolution 1005 by Representatives Carter and English, also Senators Exum and Coleman, concerning recognition of African American veterans.
Representative English. Representative Carter. Representative Carter.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move HER 26-1005.
Mr. Schiebel, please proceed to read our summary of House Joint Resolution 1005.
Our exploration of the military history of African Americans reveals a powerful narrative of courage and resilience. From the colonial era to today, African Americans have served our nation with unwavering dedication, often in the face of racism and segregation. They fought valiantly in every major conflict, proving their commitment to the ideals of democracy, even when those ideals were frequently denied to them. Figures like the Tuskegee Airmen and the Buffalo Soldiers exemplify how they broke significant barriers within the military, while President Truman's Executive Order 9981 in 1948 marked a crucial step toward integration despite ongoing challenges. It is essential for us to advocate for equitable access to benefits for African American veterans and to celebrate their contributions through educational initiatives. Recognizing their sacrifices is not just about honoring the past, it's about ensuring their stories inspire future generations. Their legacy deserves to be remembered and celebrated, reminding us of the courage and determination that have shaped our military and society for the better.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of House Joint Resolution 1005. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Bradley, how do you vote? Representative Bradley, you appear to be frozen. Oh, there we go. Representative Bradley votes yes. Representative Valdez, how do you vote? Representative Valdez votes yes. Please close the machine. With 59 ayes, 0 no, and 6 excused, House Joint Resolution 1005 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representatives Bradley and Valdez, co-sponsor. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Joint Resolution 1006.
House Joint Resolution 1006 by Representatives Camacho and Barone, also Senators Zamora Wilson and Rodriguez, concerning recognition of the contributions of Latina and Latino veterans.
Representative Camacho.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move House Joint Resolution 26-1006.
Mr. Shebel, please proceed to read our summary.
Since the beginning of our country, millions of Latinos and Latinas have served in the United States military. Today, more than 200,000 Latinas and Latinos are active duty members of the armed forces, and more than 1.5 Latina and Latino veterans call the United States, including Colorado, home. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the General Assembly of the State of Colorado recognizes and commends soldiers of every ethnicity, and especially those of Latino origin.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Joint Resolution 1006. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Bradley, how do you vote? Representative Bradley votes yes. Representative Valdez, how do you vote? Representative Valdez votes yes. Please close the machine. With 59 ayes, 0 no, and 6 excused, House Joint Resolution 1006 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representatives Bradley and Valdez co-sponsor. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Joint Resolution 1007.
House Joint Resolution 1007 by Representatives Stewart Kaye and Sukla, also Senators Gonzalez and Simpson, concerning honoring and recognizing the military service and contributions of Native American veterans and communities.
Representative Stewart.
Madam Speaker, I move House Joint Resolution 1007.
Mr. Shebel, please proceed to read our brief description.
Be it resolved by the House of Representatives of the 75th General Assembly of the State of Colorado that we, the members of the General Assembly, honor the disproportionately high military service, sacrifice, and patriotism of Native American veterans, that we recognize the indispensable contributions of Native Americans in advancing United States interests, military successes, and global stability, often as the federal government failed to fulfill its federal trust responsibility and protect tribal treaty rights, lands, and resources, and that we commit to addressing the unique hardships and inequities faced by Native American veterans, service members, and Gold Star families, as well as upholding our nation's solemn responsibilities to support the indigenous communities and tribes that continue to serve our country as they have since our nation's founding.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Joint Resolution 1007. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Bradley, how do you vote? Representative Bradley votes yes. Representative Valdez, how do you vote? Representative Valdez votes yes. Representative Carter? Please close the machine. With 60 ayes, 0 no, and 5 excused, House Joint Resolution 1007 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representatives Bradley and Valdez, co-sponsor. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Joint Resolution 1008.
House Joint Resolution 1008 by Representatives Phillips and Kelty, also Senators Cutter and Kirkmeyer, concerning the recognition and honoring of brave women veterans and women serving in the United States Armed Forces.
Representatives, who would like to move the resolution? Representative Kelty.
Madam Speaker, I move House Joint Resolution HJR 26-1008.
Thank you. Mr. Shebel, please proceed to read our summary.
Women have served in the United States military since the founding of our nation and have played critical roles in every major war and conflict. Today, women continue to serve across all branches of the armed forces, including in combat and leadership roles, protecting our country and strengthening our nation's security. Be it resolved that the General Assembly honor and recognize women veterans and women currently serving in the United States Armed Forces and express gratitude for their service, sacrifice, and dedication to our nation.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Joint Resolution 1008. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Bradley, how do you vote? Representative Bradley votes yes. Representative Valdez, how do you vote? Representative Valdez votes yes. Please close the machine. With 60 ayes, 0 no, and 5 excused, House Joint Resolution 1008 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representatives Bradley and Valdez co-sponsor. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Joint Resolution 1009.
House Joint Resolution 1009 by Representatives Lindsay and Bradfield, also Senators Kolker and Frizzell, concerning veterans' mental health awareness.
Representative Lindsay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move House Joint Resolution 1009.
Mr. Shebel, please proceed to read our summary.
Despite their service and sacrifice, veterans are often overlooked when it comes to mental health awareness and support. The veteran suicide rate in Colorado is significantly higher than the national suicide rate among civilians, and we must continue to dedicate resources to veterans so that they can get the help they deserve. Be it resolved that the General Assembly pronounce today as Military and Veterans Appreciation Day.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Joint Resolution 1009. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Bradley, how do you vote? Representative Bradley votes yes. Representative Valdez, how do you vote? Representative Valdez votes yes. Please close the machine. With 60 ayes, 0 no, and 5 excused, House Joint Resolution 1009 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative Valdez, co-sponsors. Representative Bradley, co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Joint Resolution 1010.
House Joint Resolution 1010 by Representatives Wilford and Bottoms, also Senators Weissman and Bright, concerning recognition and remembrance of Colorado military veterans who served in the Vietnam War.
Representative Wilford.
Madam Speaker, I move for the adoption of House Joint Resolution 1010.
Mr. Shebel, please read our summary.
United States military involvement in the Vietnam War lasted from 1964 to 1975. Upon returning home, service members were met with a painful lack of appreciation, silence, or outright anger from a public weary of the war. Be it resolved that the General Assembly honors the courage and sacrifices of those who served in Vietnam alongside South Vietnamese forces and says with gratitude, welcome home.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Joint Resolution 1010. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Bradley, how do you vote? Representative Bradley votes yes. Representative Valdez, how do you vote? Representative Valdez votes yes. Please close the machine. With 60 ayes, 0 no, and 5 excused, House Joint Resolution 1010 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representatives Bradley and Valdez co-sponsor. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Joint Resolution 1011.
House Joint Resolution 1011 by Representatives Bacon and Slaw, also Senators Michelson, Janae, and Liston, concerning honoring Colorado veterans on the 81st anniversary of the end of World War II.
Assistant Majority Leader Bacon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move for the adoption of HJR 1011 and ask that the summary be read.
Mr. Shebel.
This resolution commemorates the 81st anniversary of the conclusion of World War II by honoring the service and sacrifice of Colorado veterans. Roughly 250,000 Coloradans served during the war, with more than 3,500 losing their lives, and many of whom were never able to return home. The resolution emphasizes Colorado's historic role in the war, including the training of the renowned 10th Mountain Division at Camp Hale and the combat service of the Colorado National Guard's 157th Infantry Regiment, which participated in major operations and helped liberate the Dachau concentration camp. It also recognizes the Colorado Freedom Memorial in Aurora, which uniquely honors all Colorado service members killed in action by name, including those from World War II. Throughout this resolution, the General Assembly marks the anniversary and expresses its appreciation for the courage, service, and lasting legacy of World War II veterans.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Joint Resolution 1011. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Bradley, how do you vote? Representative Bradley votes yes. Representative Valdez, how do you vote? Representative Valdez votes yes. Please close the machine. With 60 ayes, 0 no, and 5 excused, House Joint Resolution 1011 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representatives Bradley and Valdez co-sponsor. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Joint Resolution 1012.
House Joint Resolution 1012 by Representatives Martinez and Kelty, also Senators Catlin and Mulca, concerning honoring Korean War veterans.
Representative Martinez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move HJR 261012 and ask that the short description be read.
Mr. Shebel.
The brave men and women who fought for America in the Korean War displayed extraordinary courage, love of country, and an unwavering commitment to freedom. Among them were many from Colorado who played a vital role demonstrating resilience and valor in some of the war's toughest battles. Units like the 40th Infantry Division, which include many Coloradans, fought with distinction, resilience, and dedication in brutal conditions and overwhelming odds. From the Pusan Perimeter to Incheon Landing to the freezing Choshin Reservoir to defend South Korea from relentless enemy forces. Their sacrifices helped preserve South Korea's independence and reinforced America's dedication to protecting democracy and freedom worldwide. Although this war is named the Forgotten War, their heroism, driven by a deep love for their country and the ideals of freedom, will never be forgotten.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Joint Resolution 1012. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Bradley, how do you vote? Representative Bradley votes yes. Representative Valdez, how do you vote? Representative Valdez votes yes. Representative Goldstein. Please close the machine. With 60 ayes, 0 no, and 5 excused, House Joint Resolution 1012 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representatives Bradley and Valdez co-sponsor. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebo, please read the title to House Joint Resolution 1013.
House Joint Resolution 1013 by Representatives Camacho and Hartsook, also Senators Pelton B. and Wallace, concerning recognition and remembrance of Colorado military veterans who served in the Persian Gulf War.
Representative Hartsook.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move House Joint Resolution 261013.
Mr. Shebo, please read our brief summary.
On August 2nd, 1990, United States Armed Forces were deployed in support of Operations Desert Shield and Desert Storm during the Gulf War. Be it resolved that the General Assembly honors and commemorates the veterans of the Gulf War for their service to the nation and expresses its enduring gratitude for their dedication and sacrifice.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Joint Resolution 1013. Mr. Shebo, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Bradley, how do you vote? Representative Bradley votes yes. Representative Valdez, how do you vote? Representative Valdez votes yes. Please close the machine. With 60 ayes, 0 no, and 5 excused, House Joint Resolution 1013 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative Valdez and Bradley co-sponsor. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebo, please read the title to House Joint Resolution 1014.
House Joint Resolution 1014 by Representatives Martinez and Hartsook, also Senators Ball and Pelton B., concerning honoring post-9/11 veterans.
Representative Martinez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move House Joint Resolution 1014.
Mr. Shebo, please read our brief summary.
Following the attacks on the World Trade Center on September 11, 2001, the United States engaged in extended military operations in Iraq and Afghanistan, spanning approximately 2 decades. These operations included Operation Enduring Freedom, Operation Freedom's Sentinel, Operation Iraqi Freedom, Operation New Dawn, and Operation Inherent Resolve. Be it resolved that we acknowledge their sacrifice, bravery, and service to our country.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Joint Resolution 1014. Mr. Shebo, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Bradley, how do you vote? Representative Bradley votes yes. Representative Valdez, how do you vote? Representative Valdez votes yes. Please close the machine. With 60 ayes, 0 no, and 5 excused, House Joint Resolution 1014 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representatives Valdez and Bradley co-sponsor. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebo, please read the title to House Joint Resolution 1015.
House Joint Resolution 1015 by Representatives Martinez and Luck, also Senators Pelton R. and Snyder, concerning the 58th anniversary of the capture of the USS Pueblo by North Korea.
Representative Martinez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move House Joint Resolution 1015.
Mr. Shebo, please read our brief summary.
Be it resolved by the House of Representatives of the 75th General Assembly of the State of Colorado that we, the members of the General Assembly, commit to honor the service of the U.S. Navy ship USS Pueblo, named in honor of the city of Pueblo, Colorado, and captured by North Korean forces in 1968. Recognize the sacrifice of Navy fireman Dwayne Hodges, who was killed defending his ship, as well as the suffering of the 82-person crew during 11 months of captivity in North Korea. Address the continued captivity of USS Pueblo in North Korea, and continue to call for the return of the USS Pueblo to the United States.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Joint Resolution 1015. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Bradley, how do you vote? Representative Bradley votes yes. Representative Valdez, how do you vote? Representative Valdez votes yes. Please close the machine. With 60 ayes, 0 no, and 5 excused, House Joint Resolution 1015 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representatives Bradley and Valdez, co-sponsor. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Joint Resolution 1016.
House Joint Resolution 1016 by Representatives McCluskey and Richardson, also Senators Roberts and Carson, concerning honoring the 10th Mountain Division of Colorado.
Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the adoption of House Joint Resolution 1016, 10th Mountain Division.
Mr. Shebel, please read our summary.
The 10th Mountain Division, a renowned World War II U.S. Army mountain warfare unit who trained intensely at Camp Hale to acquire rock climbing, skiing, and other vital mountaineering skills, were instrumental in fighting in Italy and Central Europe during Germany's final surrender in 1945. Be it resolved that the Colorado General Assembly hereby memorializes the 10th Mountain Division and declares our appreciation for the Camp Hale Continental Divide National Monument.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Joint Resolution 1016. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Bradley, how do you vote? Representative Bradley votes yes. Representative Valdez, how do you vote? Representative Valdez votes yes. Please close the machine. With 60 ayes, 0 no, and 5 excused, House Joint Resolution 1016 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative Valdez and Bradley, co-sponsor. Please close the machine. Members, thank you for taking a moment to reflect on the content of our resolutions. We will now stand in recess to allow both senators and representatives to speak to each of the resolutions. We will invite members to confine their comments to roughly 5 minutes in honor of our many guests. The House will stand in recess. Members, we will be beginning with House Joint Resolution 1004. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, guests, and members. Today is Military Appreciation Day, a day that carries deep meaning for many of us. I want to begin by offering my heartfelt thanks to the veterans and service members with us in this chamber today. Your sacrifice will never be forgotten. My father served more than 30 years in the United States Air Force. My brother served as an Army Ranger in the United States Army and is a West Point grad. Across Colorado, hundreds and thousands of veterans have answered the call to serve. And with that service comes sacrifice. Thousands of families in our state know the pain and when a loved one does not return home. Their loss is permanent. You see it in the empty chair at the table. You feel it during the holidays and carry it in quiet moments that never truly fade. Today, we honor our veterans, our service members, and their families who have given so much to our country. Thank you.
Minority Leader Caldwell.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, everybody, for being here. And, you know, I'm honored to be on the Gold Star Family Resolution. You know, when we see a flag with a gold star on it, you know, we're reminded of the sacrifice and the loss of our fallen. But for those who are flying the flag, they don't need a reminder because they live every second of every day, every waking moment with that pain and that memory of the one they've lost. And so I think it's important that we continue to let those Gold Star families know that, you know, we haven't forgotten and that we're there for you as well. Just because your fallen loved one is not here with us anymore, we're here for you. When I was a kid, I went and visited the Vietnam Memorial Wall, and I remember I was pretty small, maybe 5 years old, and I saw a T-shirt of a Vietnam veteran who was there at the wall and remembering their fallen friends and comrades. And I remember a slogan on their shirt, and I'll never forget it. And it's one that many of you have heard, which is, all gave some, but some gave all. And I think it's important that we remember those family members that are still here and still dealing with that loss every day. And I appreciate you all very much. Thank you.
I would like to invite Senator Ball and Senator Frizzell. Senator Ball, would you like to make comments? Senator, who would like to speak?
Just raise your hand. I shall call on you.
Senator Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a veteran who spent 25 years in the Air Force, I've seen the profound contributions of the Latino and Latina service members across every facet of our mission. Whether in the cockpit, serving on deployment, or navigating the strategic landscape, I walked alongside men and women of Hispanic descent who exemplified the core values of integrity and excellence. Our contributions are woven into the very fabric of our national defense, defined not by rhetoric, but by grit and professional mastery. As a senator from El Paso County, home to one of the largest military communities in the nation, I rise today to recognize the honor and extraordinary contributions of the Latino and Latina veterans in Colorado. These veterans have strengthened our military, enriched our state, not only through their bravery in uniform, but through their leadership in business, public safety, education, medicine, and civic life. They are mentors to young people, pillars of faith in the community, small business owners, and public servants. And today, I honor their valor, and we honor their sacrifice, and we thank the Latino and Latina veterans across all throughout Colorado and our nation for their service, past, present, and future. Thank you.
Senator Wilson, thank you for that lovely tribute. I believe it belonged with our Latino and Latina resolution, but it was beautiful, and we welcome that. Senator Ball.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm going to save my remarks for one of the later resolutions, but I do just want to say to all of the Gold Star families, the families of men and women that we lost overseas from World War II to the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, we recognize you, we see you in Colorado, and we see your sacrifice and your service. It's one of the greatest sacrifices that one can make and one that we deeply honor. Thank you.
Thank you, members. I would now like to invite Representatives Carter and English, Senators Exum and Coleman, to speak to House Joint Resolution 1005. Representative English.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today, I want to honor the significant contributions of African American soldiers throughout our nation's history, from the colonial era to today. They have bravely defended our country, often facing challenges like racism and segregation. Their commitment to democracy and freedom shines through in every major conflict. This history is one of triumph. Figures like the Tuskegee Airmen and Buffalo Soldiers broke barriers, paving the way for future generations. Despite a long journey toward equality, African American service members have shown remarkable dedication. Also want to honor my brothers, David, who's a Navy veteran, Timothy, Gregory, who's an Army veteran, Hubert is an Air Force veteran, and Michael Nichols served 20-plus years in the Army and now currently serves in the National Guard. Together, we represent a legacy of service reflecting the broader narrative of African American veterans who fought for their rights while defending our freedoms. As we acknowledge these heroes, let's remember that everyday individuals whose stories often go untold, their sacrifices remind us that the fight for freedom continues. Let us celebrate the courage and resilience of African American service members and all veterans. Their legacies inspire hope for future generations. Thank you.
Representative Carter.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is an honor to serve with you.
It is an honor to serve with you.
Being an African American veteran is about loving a country that has not always loved you back, yet still choosing service. Hard times make hard men, and hard men make hard decisions. My father joined the Army at 17 after lying about his age, trying to escape the heat and oppression of 1960s North Carolina. And because God and the Department of Defense have a sense of humor, they stationed him in Texas. 30 years that young man's son graduated high school on a Friday, and on a Monday he was on a bus to Fort Sill, Oklahoma, eventually finding his way to Fort Carson, Colorado, because life always has to bring things full circle. So about 35 years later, that young man's granddaughter sang the national anthem at the Colorado State Capitol. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Wayman McLam, Jim Brockington, Jerry Brockington, Jimmy Brockington, Kevin Hennington, and Ariel Hennington. I am a third-generation Army veteran, and Ariel Hennington completed basic training last year, and that makes 4.
Mr. President, Senator Exum.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, colleagues and visitors. African Americans have served in our military from the very beginning of our American history, from the thousands of black soldiers, both slaves and as well as free, from all 13 colonies who fought in the Continental Army during the Americans' War for independence from Great Britain, and many also served in the state militaries. To the black slave sailors forced to work on ships with their white counterparts, to Private Howard B. Perry, the first African American to enlist in the U.S. Marines, 1942, to the Tuskegee Airmen, the first black pilots in the U.S. Air Force in 1943, to Robert Henry Lawrence, Jr., the first African American astronaut who died while training in December 1967, to Colonel Gulian Bulford, U.S. Air Force, the first African American astronaut to go into space in August 1983, to now more than 356,000 African American active and reserve military members, being 17% of the total military force. And right now, black women outnumber black men in every branch of our military, and in the Army, 2-to-1. These American heroes deserve our recognition and our thanks. Thank you, and God bless you.
Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Members, we're blessed to have a lot of individuals here who've served from the African American community, but 2 in particular I just want to acknowledge that have not yet been acknowledged today. The first is Tara Hunter, the granddaughter of Private Felicia Johnson of the 6th AAA is here. Please stand and be recognized. And last but certainly not least, I love touring the Capitol with guests. I feel when I'm no longer in office, I'm going to join the tourism staff downstairs. And was one area that I love to take folks, and it's on the 3rd floor, and it is just outside of the Senate committee room chamber hallway. And there's a picture of the Tuskegee Airmen, and we are blessed to have today Lieutenant Colonel James Harvey, Tuskegee Airman, at 103 years old. He was the first Top Gun fighter pilot, and if you'll notice, he's wearing amazing colors. This color of his jacket reminds me of another chamber. No, but thank you so much for all the work and all the sacrifice, and thank you all who have served, and for those who continue to serve, we appreciate you. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. I would like to invite to the well those sponsoring House Joint Resolution 1006, Representatives Camacho and Barron, and Senator Wilson and Rodriguez. Representative Camacho.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is an honor to serve with you.
It is an honor to serve with you.
It is also an honor to rise today to speak on this important resolution, recognizing the Latino community's long history of service in the U.S. military. Latinos have fought in every major American conflict, from the Revolutionary War to the global war on terror. Over 60 Medal of Honor recipients have been of Latino origin, 42 of which were awarded posthumously. Today, we represent the largest minority population in the Marine Corps. These are just a handful of facts that describe our longtime dedication to the U.S. military and our country. I am proud to come from a family that is a prime example of Latino service. My grandfather fought in the Korean and Vietnam War. My father also braved extreme danger as a tunnel rat in Vietnam. My aunt deployed to the Middle East during the Persian Gulf War. I myself have served in every major theater for the global war on terror over multiple combat deployments, and will be retiring this year with over 20 years of service. So to my boys who are undoubtedly not watching, the pressure's on to keep on this family tradition. Today, Latino service members play an important role in combat, intelligence, and leadership roles. To all current and former Latino members of our military, thank you for your commitment to our country, Constitution, and our national defense.
Representative Barron.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm up here with pride for our Latino service members. We are fighters. We've always been fighters, and we're very, very, very good at it. As you know, there's a lot of good Latino boxers, but the service members are something that's very important to us. Family members that I have, Raul Barron, Marine Corps, Cristian Barron, U.S. Army. Those are the service members I have in my family. Very, very proud of them. Always tell them, thank you for your service, even though we jab at each other all the time because we're cousins. That's how we do. But I want to also mention some great Latino service members that have served this country. Macario Garcia won the Medal of Honor, World War II, Commander Sergeant Major. Pedro Cano, Medal of Honor, World War II, Private. Staff Sergeant Lucien Adams, Medal of Honor, World War II. First Lieutenant Rudolph Davila, Medal of Honor, World War II. Private Joe Gandara, Medal of Honor, World War II. 2 Purple Hearts, Technician 5th grade, Cuauhtemoc Chavez. And Tony Luavano, 2 Bronze Stars with Valor, Vietnam, from my hometown of Fort Lupton, Colorado. We also always share the same values: faith, family, country. Fe, familia, y patria. Sí se puede.
Majority Leader Rodriguez and Senator Wilson. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam President. Colleagues, it's an honor to be here as a family member. My father was a Marine, a Vietnam-era veteran. My uncle was in the Navy for the Gulf War. Many of my great uncles and them were in Korea and World War II. I can't say enough that I stand here in solidarity with them who fought to make our country as great as it is and stand up for the constitutional protections that we here still fight for today. And I just want to thank you all and all that give your service to the state, and my colleagues in the chambers that have given service for the country, and my colleagues in the Senate. So thank you all, and who's next?
Senator Wilson, any additional words?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. What more can I say? I am honored to be here. I'm the first in my family to serve and put on the uniform and just stand among others that have paved the way for me. And I just am incredibly honored, and many thanks to all those who have put on the uniform, especially the Latino and Latina community. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to invite to the well the prime sponsors of House Joint Resolution 1007, Representative Stewart, Representative Sukla, and Senators Gonzalez and Simpson. Representative Stewart, Representative Sukla. Representative Stewart.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to serve with you.
It is an honor to serve with you.
As the Blue Star mom and the granddaughter of a prisoner of war, I am honored to sponsor the resolution that lifts up the service and sacrifice of our Native American service members. My district geographically overlaps with the Ute Mountain Ute and Southern Ute Indian tribes. The Ute people are the oldest continuous residents of what is now known as the state of Colorado and have had significant and cultural ties to this land. They do not have a migration story. Members of the Ute tribes and many Native Americans across this state have dedicated their lives to serving this country with bravery and selflessness. As elected officials, we have the responsibility to honor their sacrifices and work to ensure that we as a state and a nation respect Native sovereignty and strive to fully support the needs of all of our veterans. Thank you.
Representative Sukla.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am honored to sponsor this resolution for my neighbors down there in Southwest Colorado, my neighbors in Arizona, my neighbors in New Mexico. I grew up with the Indians where I live, and I can tell you something about them and why it's a privilege to talk about what they did for their service in the military. They are a loyal people. They are loyal in their families. They're loyal to their country. Their culture is, the family is so important to those people. They bring those values. They brought him to the military. They bring him to here in Colorado. And it is my privilege to honor and thank them for their service. They were the code talkers, which actually one of the only codes that I believe they couldn't break. So what an honor to support them. Thank you.
Thank you. Minority Leader Simpson and Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. What an honor and a privilege to be here today and be part of this resolution. Much like Representative Stewart, very privileged to represent the two federally recognized tribes in Colorado, the Southern Ute and the Ute Mountain Ute. But beyond that, the entire Native American community, their sacrifices and their commitments and contributions to our country are immeasurable. You think about prior to becoming part of this country, the sacrifices and the untold suffering that Native American community really was bestowed upon them. It's just unimaginable to think then how do you turn around and then serve this country honorably with dignity and pride. What a special honor and opportunity to be on a resolution recognizing the Native Americans and their contribution to our state and to our country. Just so grateful. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Colleagues, Native American communities step up to serve at far higher proportional rates than any other demographic. To the Native veterans across our state, thank you so much for serving a nation that hasn't always loved you back. May Colorado and the United States honor your legacy of service by ensuring a future bright with opportunity and justice for all Native Americans. Thank you.
Thank you, members. I would now like to invite the prime sponsors of House Joint Resolution 1008 to the well, Representatives Phillips and Kelty, and Senators Cutter and Kirkmeyer. Representative Phillips. Representative Phillips.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Unlike Representative Kelty, I did not serve. However, I am the niece of a Vietnam vet, the cousin of a Marine, the stepdaughter of a World War II Navy pilot. I'm the daughter of a Vietnam veteran, the sister of a brother that served 30 years, and the aunt to Ava that currently serves in the U.S. Air Force here in Colorado. And Colonel Margaret Phillips was my inspiration, and she is honored in the Military Women's Memorial. Today I stand with, and that list is better than the Academy Awards and the Grammys, so you know. Today I stand with gratitude for the service of women veterans and those currently serving. I want to thank especially the women that guard the U.S. embassies. In 1998, I was teaching at the embassy school in Nairobi, Kenya, when the embassy was bombed. And I want to thank the U.S. military and especially the women that were there to protect us. In Saudi Arabia, I was grateful for the women serving, and one of the best memories I have and the relief of my life is when I got to jump into a Humvee and it was driven by a woman. I see all the current and the currently serving, I see all the current and veteran military here today. And Jack Nicholson got it right when he said, "We sleep safe because of you." Thank you.
Representative Kelty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, everyone, for being here. Women have served with courage and distinction in the United States Armed Forces since our nation's founding. Across every branch of the military, women veterans have strengthened our national defense, broken barriers, and made lasting contributions through their service and sacrifice. This resolution honors their commitment, leadership, and enduring impact on our nation. Women have proudly served, stepping forward at times of war, conflict, and peace to defend our freedoms and values. Across every branch of the military, women veterans have strengthened our national defense, demonstrated extraordinary leadership, resilience, and sacrifice. This resolution honors the servicewomen of veterans, service of veterans, recognizes their historic ongoing contributions, and affirms our deep gratitude for their commitment to our country, our communities, and future generations. As one of the only 3 female veterans in the entire state legislature, myself 21 years, United States Navy, I was proud to request, write, and now deliver the very first Women in the Military resolution. It's a much overdue resolution, and I thank the Majority Leader for allowing me this privilege. When we talk about military and those who served, so very often women are left out. I know many times, even today, when I mention the military, people automatically assume I was the dependent, not the military member who served. I would inwardly chuckle, but at the same time, it made me aware that women who have served in the military definitely need more recognition. Men and women have their differences, but we are definitely equal in bravery, spirit, dedication to duty, honor, and love of country. Women who answered the call to protect and serve the United States, who know and understand the sacrifices, sometimes the greatest sacrifice. We are just made different. American military women are willing even the first to step out of the norm, out of the comfortable spaces, and prove, not just to ourselves, but to everyone, we are strong. We are ready. We will do what it takes, and we will get the job done. We are part of what has made and continues to make America the best nation in the world. We are part of shaping this country and its amazing history from the very beginning. Even after we have served, our dedication and patriotism lives on. I always say, you can take the girl out of the military, but you can't take the military out of the girl. We are created by God. However, the military formed us into something even more. Military women are made of true grit, determination, dedication, and a warrior spirit that forever makes us stand out in a crowd. We are the first to stand for what's right and just. We swore to defend the Constitution, this country, and every American within it. It was a promise we kept every day we donned our uniforms, and even after we retired it. To my fellow women veterans, thank you. Thank you for being the force and protectors of this great nation. You are and will be recognized by this resolution today and forever. I am proud to ensure this by creating it to honor you. You may not be the family I was given by blood, but you are the blood sisters, the family, the sisters in arms I have earned and cherished through and through. God bless you all, and from this retired Navy veteran, Bravo Zulu. And although I love all my branches, I would be remiss if I didn't say, go Navy.
Senators Cutter and Kirkmeyer. Senator Cutter?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm just so honored to support this resolution today about women in the military. Obviously, I have not served, but there are so many brave women that have overcome. I know women have so many more obstacles to overcome and do not always achieve the recognition that they deserve. So it is my honor and privilege to stand here today in support of all of the women in this chamber and elsewhere who have served. So thank you.
Senator Wilson, thank you for stepping in yet again. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, or Speaker, excuse me. Having, as I mentioned, I served 25 years in the Air Force, and from the high G maneuvers of a F-15, F-16 flight test sorties to the silent precision of testing satellite constellations, I have seen firsthand that the sky has never been the limit for us. Whether I was analyzing data in the cockpit or navigating the complex fiscal landscapes, as a senior economist at the Pentagon, I walked a path paved by the women who dared to fly before I could walk. Our service is defined by a unique brand of resilience. It's the grit required to deploy far from home and our loved ones, and the intellectual rigor demanded in the halls of power. To my sister in arms, your brilliance isn't just in your technical mastery, but also with your grit and grace as you secure our nation's defense. As I look back on my time teaching and mentoring the next generation at the United States Air Force Academy, I am filled with a profound sense of pride. Seeing young women prepare to take the lead reminds me that our greatest legacy isn't the rank we achieved, the aircraft we tested, but the doors we kicked down for those following behind us. Women have successfully contributed to the mission, be it in the stratosphere, the classroom, or the highest levels of strategic leadership. To my sister in arms who have worn the uniform, thank you for your service, courage, and sacrifice, and aim high. Thank you.
Thank you, members. I would like to invite to the well the prime sponsors of House Joint Resolution 1009, Representatives Lindsay and Bradfield, Senators Kolker and Frizzell. Representative Lindsay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is an honor to serve with you.
It is an honor to serve with you.
Mental health is an important part of overall health for all of us on any given day. Access and support for these services are even more critical for current and former members of the military who have served and sacrificed to keep us safe here at home. Our service members and veterans see and experience things that civilians may never quite understand, and we owe it to them to protect their mental well-being after they have so dedicatedly protected us. My father-in-law, Ted Holmes, who unfortunately could not be here today, did a tour in Vietnam in 1968, and even today, in his 80s, still deals with PTSD. I have known him for over 20 years, and it's only in the last decade or so that he has opened up to me, my husband, and our children, and told us stories about his time in Vietnam. Many are humorous, really funny stories about his friends and the sillinesses of every day. Some are poignant, showcasing a shared humanity of people on all sides of any war, and also the impact war has on civilian populations. And some of his stories are outright heartbreaking, as you can imagine. As I have mentioned before, our youngest daughter, Penny, who is here, recently enlisted in the Navy and ships out this month. And as you can see, I have therefore full-on entered my anchor era. Her life as a future sailor begins, and so too does my life as a military mom. As she begins her journey in the military, I want for her and all of her other service member, colleagues, and veterans to have access to mental health services and a work culture that reduces stigma about seeking out those services, which ultimately helps create a military force that is strong in both body and mind.
Representative Bradfield.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My husband, Dennis, was drafted during the Vietnam War and was selected for military police school and was told that no military policemen were ever sent to Vietnam right out of AIT. That wasn't the case. And it was quite an experience. When he got home to our small farming community in Iowa and thought that he would be welcomed back by his classmates, he wasn't. He was spat upon, he was called a traitor, and many other things that were much worse. That had a profound effect on his feeling of our hometown. Please sit down. Thank you. I appreciate that for him. Today, I believe that this resolution was one that spoke to me particularly, because every service member returning home from the battlefield is a changed person. For way too long, these people were told to suck it up, as Dennis was told to suck it up. And, you know, he did, and he made his own health, mental health. But within the last 10, 15 years, this attitude has started changing, and I am so grateful. And I'm so grateful for the dedicated people that help our service members to find their way back to good mental health. And that is why I am very grateful also to be on this resolution today. Thank you.
Senator Kolker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm also proud to be on this resolution today, and my personal work with mental health and with my own mental health incapacity at times in my life really made me want to honor those who have served and deal with the PTSD and the mental health trauma that they have experienced. You see, it takes courage to join the military. It takes courage to go away from home. And for many people, the first time. It takes courage to serve in battle, to protect others. And once you come home, it takes courage to speak about it. It takes courage to acknowledge any mental health struggle that you have. My grandfather served in World War II. His name was Frederick W. Can, father of 13 kids. Shout out to my grandma for that one. Came back from the Philippines. Didn't speak about that until after Grandma passed earlier this century. My Uncle Dick, Richard Cant, one of his kids, served in Vietnam, was assigned, attached to the Green Beret, served not one but 2 tours of duty in combat there. When he came home to the family farm in Iowa, smart ones left, by the way. When he came home, he slept outside. He could not sleep inside for a year after that. During those times, it's not something you could talk about. Mental health, PTSD. Thank God we live today where we, as a community, as a country, can embrace people who have not only shown the courage to serve, but the courage to acknowledge that they need help. And that's why I'm proud to stand with you today. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to invite the sponsors of House Joint Resolution 1010 to the well, Representatives Wilford and Bottoms, Senators Weissman and Bright. Representative Wilford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm proud to stand here today in honor of my grandfather, Ray Miller. He enlisted in the Air Force in 1955 and served over 20 years, including in the Korean and Vietnam Wars. My mom was only 4 years old when he was sent to Vietnam with the 388th Tactical Fighter Wing. We don't know much about his time in Vietnam, and he certainly didn't want to talk about the things that he saw or did. But what we do know is that he established an automatic flight records management system that became the model for all other units in the area. My mom remembers when he finally came home that she didn't recognize him at first because he looked like a skeleton in a flight suit. Unlike veterans of previous wars, Vietnam veterans faced a hostile and divided home front. The war itself was deeply controversial, and the anti-war sentiment prevalent in society also extended to people who had served. Inadequate support benefits and systems for physical and mental health added to the challenges Vietnam veterans faced as they went back to their civilian lives. From Parkinson's disease to heart disease to multiple cancers, my grandfather lived with the visible and invisible impacts of his service and exposure to burn pits, JP4, jet fuel, and Agent Orange. But even in his evening chapter, as he unbuttoned his shirt to check for secrets that might have been sewn in, my grandfather's commitment to our country never wavered. May we all ensure that the sacrifices made by our veterans are met with gratitude, with respect, and of the unwavering support that they deserve. And when you see a Vietnam veteran in our community or yours, make sure that you give them the welcome home that they deserve.
Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Speaker. I was born during Vietnam. My dad was Vietnam forward observer, sniper. I don't think they called him that back then, but this was always very personal for me. My dad had these slideshows. Slides are these little cardboard things with pictures in them, and they would show up on a screen, and now I have that on DVD. My dad just passed away a few weeks ago with full military honors. And it was proud to stand there and listen. There were many Vietnam veterans that came that I didn't know, my father didn't know, they didn't know him. But there's a brotherhood there because they weren't treated very well when they got home. And it's an honor to be a son of a Vietnam veteran. I was in high school one day, and my dad was the superintendent of the school, and all of a sudden a Navy guy in full uniform came in a classroom and called me out. I didn't know what was going on. I had mentioned to my dad the night before that I wanted to go into the military. And so he had a Navy recruiter who, unlike all the rest of the military in here, was not very honest with me. But the recruiter came and told me that my father had said, "Come get me." and I signed up for the Navy. And he told me the reason is because in the Navy you get good food and you get a roof over your head. And so I served in the Navy proudly. I saw my father cry 2 times in my life. One was at my wedding, the second was at my passing review. And it was a very proud moment for me just to share that with my father. And so I do honor the Vietnam era. These guys took a lot of stuff that had never happened before. And a lot of PTSD, we understand that from all wars, but I think theirs was a little more acute because of the return. And so I honor my father, but I also honor all Vietnam era veterans. Thank you.
Senator Bright.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the son of a Vietnam veteran, we're here just after the occasion of the 50th anniversary of the conclusion of the Vietnam War. We pause to honor the memory of the 58,281 brave service members who made that ultimate sacrifice in defense of democracy. From 1955 to 1975, more than 10 million Americans answered the call to serve, facing a conflict that deeply reshaped our nation's conscience and history. We remember the specialized courage of these individuals who endured extreme stress, brutal combat, and harsh realities of an unconventional warfare in tropical jungles. Their names, now etched in the black granite of the Vietnam Veterans Memorial, serve as an eternal testament to a generation that bore the war's greatest cost. Beyond those who died on the field of battle, we acknowledge the profound and enduring sacrifices of the 304,000 wounded and the 1,545 heroes who remain missing in action. We further extend this tribute to those who returned home only to succumb later to the direct results of their service, as well as those who carried the invisible burdens of post-traumatic stress and toxic exposure. For too long, these veterans and their families were denied the recognition and gratitude they so richly deserved upon their return. Today, we reaffirm our commitment to ensuring their legacy is never forgotten and that the debt we owe to those who gave their lives is honored with the utmost respect and long overdue welcome home.
Senator Weissman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good to be back here. I'm also the son of a Vietnam veteran. My father probably could have kept up a college deferment, but elected not to. And he wasn't drafted. He enlisted, did his basic, went into country March of '68, I believe, right after Tet, when a lot of people were getting sent in and things were getting pretty difficult on the ground there. Just listening to the last couple of speakers on this and prior resolutions, I probably unsurprisingly can relate to a lot of what was said in terms of my father not talking very much about his experience, at least not until a lot later in life, carrying the kinds of invisible injuries. And not until I was very much older, into my 40s, I also saw the slides, carousels of them. It's amazing. I didn't know they existed. You know, one of the few things that my father did say earlier in life was simply that you never knew where the front line was. And this, I think, distinguished Vietnam from prior conflicts. You never knew where that place was, one side of which you might be relatively more safe, the other side of which you knew that you weren't. If you were on the ground there, you just knew that you weren't safe, ever. And I think that, unfortunately, has come to characterize subsequent conflicts as well. As has been noted, you know, another thing that characterized Vietnam that I think, fortunately, has not been repeated is the ill treatment that that veterans got when they came home from service in that theater. And I've heard things, too, like Representative Bradfield alluded to in terms of my father's experience. I think every generation of returning veterans goes to bat for those who are going to come home after them. Are you getting the assistance you deserve and have earned from the VA? Are you getting the recognition in society? I think Vietnam-era veterans have been especially zealous advocates for those who have come back after them because they didn't get their due. And finally, Madam Speaker and members, you know, we all acknowledge we don't have very many of our World War II era veterans left. We all know that. I think it's important to begin to acknowledge that we are losing our Vietnam-era veterans too, due to age or the illnesses caused by Agent Orange. Very long list of those illnesses from that substance in particular. So I just want to remind us all, those of us who have Vietnam veterans in our life, to learn from their experience, to see what we can carry forward in our understanding of our world and its complexities. And finally, Madam Speaker, if you'll permit me, I want to just do a few quick introductions, including Sergeant Charles Smith from Aurora, who served. Thank you, sir. And in case she's not already been recognized, my predecessor during my time in the House, former representative, former chair of State Veterans and Military Affairs, a zealous advocate for veterans, and a Navy spouse herself, Sue Rudden. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. I would like to invite our sponsors of House Joint Resolution 1011 to the well, Assistant Majority Leader Bacon, Representative Slaw, Senators Michelson, Janay, and Liston. Assistant Majority Leader Bacon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, everyone. I was delighted and grateful to be invited to be a sponsor of this resolution. There must have been something going on in the 40s in the Black community, because my grandfather also lied about his age to join the World War II campaign. But I love him because he retired as a brigadier general, and that is an honor in our community. I want to just say that the veterans of World War II are often called the greatest generation, and also the World War II era. And so I think that they were called that because the war was kind of the greatest confrontation of humanity that the world had seen, particularly in questioning our values and beliefs. Fascism was at our doorstep. Racism and bigotry was a driver of that war for the aggressors. And America's response, from engaging the Navajo as code talkers, engaging with our Jewish soldiers, scientists, and doctors, from the women's effort, whether it's Rosie the Riveter or the 6888 Battalion, America responded by saying diversity is a strength and an asset. And that war introduced our country to the world. I want to share the story of Private Felicia Lavon Johnson. Her granddaughter is here with us. She was a member of the Postal Directory Battalion of the Army, the now famed 6888 Battalion. And one of the stories that was shared with me was that when she was in Switzerland, some children came up to her and rubbed her skin because they thought it could come off. But that was the first exposure that many of them had had to people of African descent. And that was something that World War II also did. It put us on the map to be the country that we fully are now, as respected, regarded, our currency, all of those things, from the alliances, the treaties. The United States was a driver of this modern world that we are living in because of that war. So I'd like to just share and say that even though the war called upon every American, regardless of status, skin color, or whatnot, those who came back after fighting for liberation and freedom of others then became the drivers to get freedom and liberation in this country. And so I want to say thank you to all of the veterans, all of the descendants of those veterans. Thank you very much, Ms. Hunter, for joining us today. If you could stand and show us the wonderful picture of your grandmother as members of an all-Black battalion that delivered joy, letters, love, and hope that kept the morale up during World War II. Let's honor her and her grandmother, Private Felicia Johnson. Thank you all so much.
Representative Slaw.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Assistant Majority Leader. Madam Speaker, I could talk all day about our military and our veterans. Before I read my remarks for addressing our World War II resolution, I'd like to acknowledge a few others who aren't in my World War II roll call. Specialist Cody Slaw, Sergeant First Class Delbert Dwayne Slaw, Private Delbert George Slaw, Private Leonard Slaw, Sergeant George Vaughn, Sergeant Eldon Fulmer, Private George Washington Taggart, Lieutenant James Taggart, and many other cousins, uncles, and great-grandfathers of my own. The men and women of Delta Company, 35th Engineer Battalion, 116th Engineer Company, the 1457th Engineer Battalion, the 19th Special Forces Group, 5th Battalion of the 19th Special Forces Group, Special Operations Command Africa, Joint Special Operations Task Force 484, the 169th Field Artillery Brigade, under the guidance of the then Major and now Brigadier General Will DeProfio. Sir, thank you for not killing me. The Army Corps of Engineers Europe District, the Army Headquarters War Plans Division, and the U.S. Northern Command Homeland Defense Branch. You are my brothers and sisters, and I am proud to have served with you over the last 24 years and counting. The farm in Mack, Colorado, was a peaceful place in the spring of 1944. Other parts of the world were not. That was not lost on a young man who had just turned 18, whose father had served in the Great War, and whose brother Delbert had just departed for the Pacific, where he wouldn't return after his death in the Philippines just over a year later. He'd heard reports of oppression. He'd heard reports of tyranny. He knew of the lists or the names of the newspapers of friends and family that had laid down their lives in the fight for liberty in foreign lands, keeping tyranny stifled before it could spread to our blessed American shores. What he didn't know was that less than a week before Christmas that year, he would be on the USS Goshen, departing California for Guadalcanal, Saipan, Okinawa, the atolls, and other parts of the Pacific. Thankfully, he returned from his service and continued a life of freedom until just 2 days ago, when he was 2 months short of his 100th birthday. He was a part of the greatest generation. His name was Ralph Slaw. And Manly Barker, Harvey Brady, Theron Fulmer, Daniel Brack, and Don Renard are my six grandfathers who were all part of that generation and served in various parts of the world combating tyranny and oppression. They were 6 of millions of men and women who ensured that our American way of life was protected and handed down to future generations for continued protection. They were ordinary men and women who did extraordinary things, who more than self their country loved. As we approach the end of an era where these brave veterans still walk among us, we cannot honor them enough. And we must continue to honor them by protecting the Constitution and the American way of life they swore oaths and lost lives to protect. To our World War II veterans, thank you.
Senator Liston.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I don't have any prepared remarks. What I'd like to share with you, though, are some vignettes. My father was a World War II bomber pilot. He flew B-24s. And my uncle was a Marine aviator. He flew F-6 Hellcats. It is impossible for myself and my colleagues to honor the 15 million plus men and women who served our country so ably and bravely in World War II. Before I go on, I would be remiss that one of our own in the House, my predecessor in the House, just died a month ago, Representative Bill Sinclair, who was a real statesman. Thank you if you want to stand. There's not very many of us around who knew Colonel Sinclair. but he was 19 years old, and he was a navigator flying bombing missions over Europe. 19. He wasn't done, though. After the war, he became a pilot, and then he flew in Korea, serving our country. But he wasn't done yet. Then in Vietnam in 1970-71, he flew in Vietnam as well. Then he came back and served our state for 8 years as a state representative representing Colorado Springs. He will be buried next week with full military honors. Please sit down. So I want to give you all a little taste of what really happened in World War II. I don't know, the fine gentlemen here have probably been to Normandy. I assume maybe you have. If you have not been to Normandy, that is one of the most awe-inspiring things that you will ever see. If you ever have a chance to go to Normandy, I encourage you to do so. That is where the real sacrifice occurred amongst many, many battlefields. People today, you know, they hear about Omaha Beach, but they think a beach, well, gosh, it was just a couple hundred yards wide. It's not. It was 5 miles wide. And the Germans had gun emplacements, not just waiting for the soldiers to come ashore from the front. They had reinforced gun emplacements from every side, every angles. 2,500 American soldiers died that morning at Omaha Beach, just at Omaha Beach. So if you're ever there, and then above Omaha Beach is the American military cemetery, where 9,400 and some odd crosses are there, where it's perfectly groomed. Every single day it's groomed, the grass, where you can pay homage to those Americans who died not only on the first day, but many thousands were killed thereafter. So it's just the most incredible experience that you could ever have. The other thing, like I say, my father was a B-24 pilot. I had the occasion here a few years ago to be in a B-24, not be in it, but fly in it. And what you don't realize, first of all, a little statistic which Representative DeGraff, I'm sure, would realize, that on a percentage basis, and I take nothing away from the other services at all, but on a percentage basis, more Americans were killed with the U.S. Army Air Corps than any other branch of service. And after you've been in a B-24 amongst other military aircraft, you'll realize why. It might be easy to get into a B-24, but it was almost impossible to get out, because if the plane was shot up, which they were, they had a little hatch about so big that you had to jump out of, if you could get out of it with your parachute. And there was no, the fuselage was that thick. It was just a few millimeters. There was no heat. So the men that flew those missions over Europe and in the Southwest Pacific, they were all true heroes, and they really made a lot of sacrifices. So it's, like I say, it's impossible to pay homage to all of the brave men and women who sacrificed for our country in World War II. But it's a real honor to be here today to honor these people who, because of their sacrifices, we are here today. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. I would now like to invite the prime sponsors of House Joint Resolution 1012, Representatives Martinez and Kelty, Senators Catlin and Mullica. Representative Kelty.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am proud to be the originator and writer of this resolution. Last year was the first time we got to hear this. Last year was the first time Colorado legislature honored our Korean War veterans. finally, after 76 years from its beginning. Especially since this means so dear to me, since my father, Staff Sergeant Leon Ross, served in the Korean War. It is truly an honor. So today we gather to honor the brave men and women veterans of the United States who served in the Korean War, heroes whose courage, sacrifice, and resolve will be remembered. Often called the Forgotten War, the Korean War must never be forgotten because it is the only war that has truly never ended. From 1950 to 1953, the Korean Peninsula was a backdrop of fierce battles and a struggle for freedom. The war was a true test of courage, dedication, endurance, and sacrifice. Its legacy lives on in a divided peninsula in the lasting consequences of the conflict, and most importantly, in the lives of those who answered the call to serve. These veterans faced a fierce adversary, brutal conditions, unimaginable hardships. From freezing winters, rugged terrain, to relentless combat, they persevered. Through determination, bravery, and unity, they endured and prevailed.
Representative Martinez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I also want to pause to remember those who never returned home, those who gave the ultimate sacrifice in service of our nation and to freedom. Their loss is immeasurable and their bravery is eternal. We honor them not only with words, but carrying on their legacy by living with purpose, by standing for the values they defended, and by remembering the cost of freedoms we enjoy today. In regards to this particular conflict, this is the longest serving conflict in American history. And, you know, for those of us that have gone, I myself served there and upheld the armistice between North and South Korea. It still continues to go, and we still have members that serve in defense of South Korea.
Representative Kelty.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Behind every service member stood families who served in their own way. Families who waited anxiously, prayed fervently, and carried the weight of uncertainty each day. Their strength, faith, and unwavering support helped sustain our troops from afar, and their sacrifices deserve our deepest gratitude and respect. To our Korean War veterans, your service mattered, your sacrifices mattered, and your stories matter. Please know with this resolution, you will never be forgotten, today, tomorrow, or ever. I have made sure of this. Thank you, and may we always honor you by remembering, by teaching, and by carrying forward the torch you so bravely held. The watch is ours now. God bless you all.
Senator Mullica.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to serve with you.
It is an honor to serve with you.
Well, it feels good to say the president, he doesn't let us say that over in the Senate, so. Oh, okay. Members, today we pause to honor the brave men and women who served in the Korean War, a conflict often called the Forgotten War, but one that we must never forget. More than 36,000 Americans gave their lives defending America and defending freedom in the Korean Peninsula. And hundreds of thousands more answered the call to serve in some of the harshest conditions imaginable. Bitter cold, rugged terrain, and an uncertain mission. Yet they stood firm, not for recognition, but because their country asked them to. Their courage helped preserve democracy for millions and shaped the world that we live in today. To our Korean War veterans and their families, we see you, we thank you, and we honor your sacrifice. Your service will never be forgotten.
Senator Catlin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to serve with you.
It is an honor to serve with you.
Thank you. Members, I'm here today because I was invited to participate in the Korean War veteran resolution. And I'm glad that I was, because it gives me an opportunity to recognize a man that's been a big part of my life, and that's my wife's father. He served in Korea, and the United States decided that he was worthy to learn to fly. And the man became a pilot of helicopters. He served in Korea and he served in Vietnam. 2 tours, shot down behind enemy lines, yet never wavered in how he felt about this country. So it's an opportunity for me to step up to this microphone and say thank you. But it's also an opportunity for me to read what we've written so that they may understand that we do care and that we have cared for generations. It's just that the country wanted to forget. We don't want to forget today, because the Korean War, often called the Forgotten War, took place between 1950 and 53, during which brave American soldiers and allies fought to defend freedom and democracy under harsh conditions. You've heard that before. Korean War veterans sacrificed greatly, returning home to little recognition, yet their courage and commitment remain a testament to their patriotism. In my home community, we had a number of Korean War veterans. They got together and decided they wanted a memorial in the courthouse yard, and they put a Korean War memorial in the yard of the Montrose County Courthouse, and it's still there. That's a testament to how tough those guys were. Sacrifices of these veterans are now fully appreciated, and their legacy has become an essential part of our nation's history. Now we honor them and recognize the Korean War veterans for their service, acknowledgement, and acknowledging that while the war was once forgotten, their sacrifice will never be forgotten again. That is what we as a country owe those young men and women that went to a God-forsaken place, did their duty, kept democracy safe in this country. Even though there's still a demilitarized zone, you notice nobody wants to cross it because we're there. Thank you, Korean War veterans. Thank you to all you veterans here today. Thank you again.
Thank you, members. I would like to invite the sponsors of House Joint Resolution 1013 to the well, Representatives Camacho and Hartsook, Senators Pelton B. and Senator Wallace. Representative Hartsook.
Do you want to start?
No, you go ahead.
Representative Hartsook.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So later on, actually, will be the next resolution. Several of us will be back up here again. This would be my first combat deployment, to be followed by many others. I had arrived at Fort Ord a few years before this conflict, and 7th ID was just returning from Panama. I would then go on to some additional training, and I would end up actually down here at Fort Carson. And we happened to be downrange doing some training at Pinyon Canyon, and back then, all you had were newspapers. You didn't have cell phones when the war had started in the Middle East. And we came out, and the congratulations were, guess what? You're deploying. And we're like, to where? What? For 30 days, we hadn't seen any news. And then we saw the orders. We're like, okay. And so we would go over there. And that's what we did. We did our job, and then we would come home. But to tell you, rolling through the breach during Operation well, I know the name. You speak.
Keep going, you're doing good.
Even at the time which I was enlisted, I still had troops under me. My responsibility was bringing them home.
when you're sitting there, when we did the ground attack, it was pouring rain, artillery and rocket shells were flying overhead, pounding the ever-living crap out of the berm that we were going to go through in a matter of hours. We had no idea what was waiting for you on the other side. And you lead them through, and we got through on the other side, and God be willing, we all made it. But you didn't know it at the time. Thank you to all who served.
Representative Camacho.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my co-sponsor for this bill. I think your words resonate with me and anybody who has ever been in charge of someone else. Your number one mission is to make sure that they come home. I'm proud to join my colleagues in honoring the men and women who've served in the Persian Gulf War. For many in Colorado and the country whose family and friends participated in the Gulf War, this is a very personal topic. It is important that we regularly take a moment and remember the almost 300 service members lost, hundreds more wounded, and nearly 700,000 soldiers, sailors, airmen, and Marines who've served in the Persian Gulf War. Although it has been 35 years since the war, it has had a lasting impact on its veterans, future generations of service members, and the military as a whole. From my time in active duty to my roles in the reserve, the military experience I have known and lived was partly shaped by the Persian Gulf War. While that war was brief and decisive, its consequences continue to be felt. It is our responsibility to ensure they receive, the veterans of this conflict receive the respect, support, and care they all deserve. To all those who served in the Persian Gulf War, thank you for your service and your sacrifice in the name of our country.
Senator Wallace.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I would like to say it is my great honor to join my colleagues and the good representative from Parker and thank him for his service and to salute all of the veterans of the Persian Gulf War this morning. The Persian Gulf War was the first major conflict fought entirely by a volunteer force, reflecting a new era of service and sacrifice by our military members. More than 1 million Americans were deployed, including over 80,000 women. Colorado played a vital role in this military effort. From our state alone, more than 19,000 people answered the call. Members of the Colorado Air National Guard mobilized in support of operations, and 8 units of the Colorado Army National Guard were federalized for the effort, demonstrating once again that service and sacrifice begin right here at home, and that when called upon, Coloradans will always rise to the challenge. The Gulf War also reshaped the future of military service. In its aftermath, Congress repealed the law barring women from serving as combat pilots, which resulted in 90% of military roles being opened up to women, permanently growing the strength, readiness, and abilities of our armed forces. Today, we remember not just this particular conflict, but each of those who served, from diverse backgrounds, united in purpose and deserving of lasting gratitude. Let us take this day to renew our promise to those who served and to their families. With gratitude for your sacrifices and hope for lasting peace that means the same sacrifice is not asked of future generations. We applaud and share ceaseless gratitude for your service. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, members. I would like to invite to the well the sponsors of House Joint Resolution 1014, Representatives Martinez and Hartsook, Senators Ball and Pelton. Representative Martinez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I don't have any prepared statements today for this, but obviously this conflict hits at home that's really affected pretty much everyone that served here today. We had to go with an all-volunteer force, the various conflicts in Iraq and Afghanistan, and everlasting effects that we go through every day. Veterans that I served with and that are continuing to serve have to deal with things that we didn't intend. Post-traumatic stress disorder, effects from burn pits that we didn't know at the time, and obviously losing extremely young members that we served with. and it changes your life. It changes how you approach everything in every situation. And just want to honor the sacrifice that was made by this generation in these ongoing wars, and just making sure that we bring everybody home.
Representative Hartsook.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let's try this again. So, from the first Gulf War, I was originally enlisted, and then I would go on to officer candidate school. I would also serve overseas in Korea and Europe and Italy. And then I found myself going back to Afghanistan and Iraq. And it was very interesting at that go-around. The war was going on much longer. But when I landed, I remembered the smell. You learn the smell of a farm, you learn the smell of a city, and you learn the smell of combat. And when you are back in it, you remember everything. During those tours that would go on subsequently in Iraq and Afghanistan, it was a little more intense to go around. We would receive mortar fire constantly. We would be shot at, snipers when you're out rolling, and the biggest threat was IEDs. You never knew on a mission, going down a road, going around a corner, if the vehicle blew up in front of you, behind you, or was it you that was going to get blown up. And you still rolled. You told your team, my team used to call me their guardian angel because I would brief them. I said, ladies and gentlemen, today is not your day to die because I am not writing those letters home. And they would laugh. But then we would load up and we would roll. And a couple of times I would get up on the turret. At the time I was a major. When I pulled the bolt back, my NC goes, "Sir, the hell are you doing?" I'm like, "I'm bored of sitting as TC, so I'm going to be in the turret today." He goes, "Well, what if you get killed? What am I supposed to tell your wife?" I go, "Well, then we better make sure I don't get killed today." And you had to joke about things. You had to break the levity because otherwise you would just be consumed with what was going on out there. And so we would joke and we would laugh. The average normal person would look at us and think we were crazy, and maybe we were, but we would go out to do that. And yet we still lost people, and I lost friends of mine. In Afghanistan, I returned on one of my tours in 2008, a year and a half later in December of 2009. One of my best friends that I had gone through officer basic course, everything else with, was killed. I got the phone call from his wife. I knew his wife, I knew his kids, I knew everybody. And when I got that call, I felt helpless. Because I hadn't been over there to stand by his side. Those are things that you never forget. His son would eventually go on to serve in the military and called me, and we talked about his dad. My son is now in ROTC as a junior and will be following in our footsteps. My wife, his mom, is the current Colorado National Guard State Surgeon and will be retiring this year. She served in Bosnia. The generation continues, the service continues. People that you see standing up here, we lived these conflicts. And we made it home. Some did not. But we are eternally grateful for having stood beside them, even though maybe some of them didn't make it. But to see where their kids are at, where our kids are at, life goes on, and I am eternally grateful for that. Thank you.
Senator Ball. Oh, Representative Martinez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This will be short. The other part that I missed when I was talking earlier is I think the other piece that we also forget when we're talking about this conflict is our long list of interpreters that have helped out and really were out there every day on patrol, every convoy that they were there, and really helping the Americans while we were there. And the sacrifices that they made for not only themselves but their families to being able to contribute into the effort, I think, is something that we should talk about more, and being able to honor and dedicate their service as well.
Senator Ball.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to start by thanking House leadership for their partnership in bringing this resolution this year. This is the first time that we've run this resolution, and that is incredibly meaningful for me and the 2 million Americans who served in Iraq and Afghanistan. When I was a kid, there were two types of veterans. If you were old, you were a World War II veteran, probably. And we all learned about World War II in history class. America did great. All the movies were positive and glorious. And if you were regular old, from the perspective of a kid, it might have been Korea, it was probably Vietnam. And Vietnam was complicated. I'm named for my uncle who served in Vietnam. Nobody knows anything that he did there. But Vietnam veterans were kind of scary. The war was a little dark. The movies were really dark. Apocalypse Now, Platoon. And Vietnam was squarely in the rearview mirror when I was a kid, but it cast a really long shadow because it tore this country apart. Even if you did not go to Vietnam, you were deeply impacted by the war in Vietnam. To my 7-year-old son today, just like when I was a kid, there's basically two types of veterans. If you're old, it might be Korea, it's probably Vietnam. And if you're regular old, which is what my kids think I am, you're a veteran of the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan. And it's now been 5 years since the United States withdrew from the two major conflicts that defined our country on the international stage for over 20 years. And like Vietnam, both wars were complicated. My son likes Harry Potter. He reads the Chronicles of Narnia, and he once asked me, Dad, in Afghanistan, did we defeat the enemy in battle? And there was no way for me to answer that question. My first deployment to Afghanistan was with the 101st Airborne. We kicked the Taliban out of half a province. We took enormous casualties. And by the time I came back to Afghanistan for my second and third deployment, we had completely withdrawn, and the Taliban were back in power. It was like nothing had happened. So I didn't know what to say to my son. It was complicated. The wars in Iraq and Afghanistan were messy. But the way that our country experienced Iraq and Afghanistan was completely different than the way that we experienced Vietnam. And that's because if you didn't go to Iraq and Afghanistan, you didn't have an immediate family member who did, you probably were not impacted by them much at all. You might have had opinions about the war, but most Americans just kept on living their lives. I mean, let's be honest. Sometimes Iraq and Afghanistan were on the front page news, but for a long time they weren't. You got updates when you were waiting for the dentist. In 2018, 20% of Americans did not know that we were at war. Another 20% weren't sure. I mean, that's crazy. Think about that. America was at war in a fifth of the country. We're like, yeah, we might be at war. I'd have to check. We weren't sure. But even though Iraq and Afghanistan barely registered for a lot of Americans, for 2 million of us, those wars defined us. Our lives revolved around war. Training cycle, deployment, training cycle, deployment, training cycle, deployment. And what I want to recognize today is that 5 years after the end of the war, it's been 10 years since I last deployed, a lot of us are still processing it. And there's some of us who are processing it for the first time. I believe strongly we need to do that. We need to talk about that for our own mental health. When I was deploying a lot, you did not talk about mental health at all. You could lose your security clearance, and it just wasn't something that that you did. And the consequence of that is that literally guys shot themselves in the parking lot. And I know that sounds gruesome, but twice in my military career, I came back from deployment and somebody shot themselves in their car outside the building where I worked. It's okay, you can sit. Twice, because that's how people dealt with it. And we didn't come together as a unit to talk about it. We didn't process it. We just came to work the next day. So I want us as a country to get better at dealing with war. I want my generation of veterans to get better at processing and dealing with war. And I think we are, I really do. I'm proud of this generation of veterans. People are talking about it. They're doing experimental things. My own community of special operations veterans is going to Mexico to do ibogaine and ayahuasca to treat PTSD. And I'm incredibly supportive of anything that can bring you peace. But I also, 5 years after the war, want us as a country to start processing it and remembering it and learning from it. And that's why this resolution is so important. Because what we recognize here matters. This is how we officially remember things. And today we start the process of remembering and processing in Colorado the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan. Thank you very much. Rangers, lead the way.
Thank you, members. I'd like to invite to the well Representatives Martinez and Luck, Senators Pelton and Snyder for House Joint Resolution 1015. Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. 'Twas in 1968, on January 23, that a small communication ship off North Korea's shores was hijacked on the open seas, dear lads, upon the open seas. Prepare to be boarded, Captain Booker told his crew, but raise our flag a little higher. One man knelt down on his knees to burn his crypto keys, and that's when the hostiles opened fire. Dear lads, that's why they opened fire. Their radio silence was broken then as the ship sent an SOS to shore. They called for air support, but the generals cried, "Abort! We will not go to war this day. We will not go to war." Soon 3 were wounded and 1 lay dead, Fireman Dwayne Hodges by name. They could neither fight nor run, though they tried to man their gun. They were towed to Wonsan just the same, poor lads, imprisoned just the same. It's hard to hold your soul when you're down in the hole, and your brothers seem 1,000,000 miles away. Though captivity was long, every one of them was strong, and their country they would not give away. Brave lads, their flag they would not betray. Under great duress, each man did confess to some trumped-up imaginary crime. When the cameras did roll, each man sent the folks at home a clearly recognized sign of defiance, an unmistakable sign. 11 months to the day would pass before the world would finally learn of their courage and their loss. I was there to watch them cross the bridge of no return, dear lads, the bridge of no return. On more southern shores, there are other wars bringing death and destruction from the sky. But I was there the entire 11 months, and I'll remember the Pueblo till I die. I swear, until the day I die. This is a ballad written by Sergeant H. Paulshock of the U.S. Air Force. Apart from expressing gratitude, like so many others who have today, to those who have served, who are serving, I can't say it any better.
Representative Martinez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Every year, we continue to bring up this resolution from the Pueblo delegation, and the reason why is because the USS Pueblo has still not been returned back to the United States. Is the only ship that is still in enemy hands throughout this whole time. And also, it has special meaning because Pueblo is home of the heroes. We have 4 Medal of Honor recipients that came from Pueblo, and to the point where everyone has even said that has gone there, multiple presidents, that there must be something in the water there in Pueblo because they all end up coming back heroes. So we will continue to bring up this resolution every year until our boat is back in United States custody, and we'll continue the fight.
Thank you, sponsors. We would now like to invite up the sponsors of Senate Joint Resolution 008, Representative Lukens, Speaker McCluskey, 1016. Speaker McCluskey, Representative Richardson, Senators Roberts and Carson. Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. There's a lot that can be said about the 10th Mountain Division, Camp Hale, and the meaning to Colorado. I want to speak today about the soldiers of the 10th Mountain Division. I sincerely and genuinely appreciate the unanimous support for the resolution earlier today. The 10th Mountain Division is an organization with an extraordinary history, but the true greatness of an organization isn't found in the unit patch or the motto or their headquarters building, or and memorials are wonderful, but kind of the beating heart of every organization is the people that have served in it. And that heart, the courage, the grit, the selfless devotion of those that have served in this division has just been a constant across the decades. And today I just want to share a couple of stories of 2 gentlemen that served decades apart in that very storied division. One is from World War II, one from Afghanistan. They're separated by 64 years, but they're connected by the same thread of valor, love of country, and a willingness to sacrifice for their comrades. The first is Private First Class John D. McGrath, from the 10th Mountain Division. In April 1945, as the division was moving up Italy near Castelfidareno, his company was pinned down by artillery fire, mortar fire, and heavy machine gun fire. It stalled their advance. And with lives hanging in the balance, McGrath volunteered to move forward as a scout. And then, like many soldiers, he made some decisions of his own and didn't just scout, he attacked. Under direct fire, he closed with the enemy. He seized a machine gun position, took that weapon, and turned it on the enemy themselves. He carried that captured gun across open ground, still under fire, and used it to knock out additional positions, relieving the pressure on his entire unit and helping his company advance. And then, after all of that, when the fighting was not yet finished and the danger was actually still rising, he volunteered again, and this time was to move through artillery fire to collect a casualty report. He was killed carrying out that mission, and he received the Medal of Honor posthumously. And just take a moment to think about what that means. It wasn't a single act of bravery, but a pattern of selfless service. He said, I'll go, I'll take that risk. I'll do what needs to be done. And that's truly the heart of a soldier, of all service members. That's really the heart of the 10th Mountain Division. And that kind of set the stage in World War II. But if we fast forward to Afghanistan, the Nuristan province, in August of 2009, I want to talk about Sergeant Adam Holroyd. The 10th Mountain Division, his unit, was undergoing a coordinated enemy attack, small arms RPG fire. A joint task force medic was wounded. Holroyd ran through a brutal hail of fire to get him out. He moved forward into the danger, not away from it, because of a fellow service member that needed his aid. And like a lot of times, combat gets messy, things happen, it gets really exciting, and things change very fast. But at that point, an ammo supply point caught fire. Still under enemy fire, Holroyd repeatedly went for water to fight the fire and told his others in his unit not to follow him because of that risk. He took that on his own. He was willing to sacrifice himself and tried to spare others in his unit from the danger. So once he was done carrying water to the fire, he picked up a heavy machine gun to try to suppress the fire of the enemy and draw it away from the still burning ammo point, then moved back to help personally remove explosive rounds from the flames, still trying to protect his fellow soldiers and help his unit hold that position. He did survive, but for his actions, he was awarded the Silver Star, our second highest award for valor. So it's 2 wars, 2 stories, 2 generations, one common thread, one common heartbeat, because in both moments when lives were on the line, these men do what soldiers have always done, what they do best. They put others first. They accept the burden. They step forward into fire. And for me, that's what honoring the 10th Mountain Division really means, why it really matters. It's not just about Colorado history, though that is incredibly important. It's about the values that show up again and again: courage, loyalty, sacrifice, the love of country. Our nation was founded on ideals: liberty, equality before the law, self-government, the dignity of individuals, and the belief that freedom is worth defending. We serve in this chamber to support those ideals as well. And they're not self-sustaining. They require citizens to protect them, both here and on foreign battlefields. For generations, Americans have answered that call, often in obscurity, often in hardship, often at great personal cost, so the rest of us can live here in peace. So the 10th Mountain Division's motto is "Climb to Glory." But that means a lot. It means choosing a hard route. It means carrying weight. It means doing the job when the job is very dangerous. It means refusing to quit when the person on your left and the person on your right need you. And ultimately, for many, it means pledging your life in the defense of something much bigger than yourself. So today, when we consider all these resolutions, I ask us to remember all who have carried our nation's hopes on their shoulders. To the veterans in this chamber, to the families who've shared their loved ones with this country. As a legislature, we do appreciate you, we see you, we thank you, and I appreciate everybody's attention today. I know this is lengthy, but it is incredibly important, so thank you very much.
Speaker McCluskey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, and I join my colleague, Representative Richardson, a true honor to serve with you. Thank you for your reflection. I am a full-throated thank you and with great gratitude for the military members here today, the veterans who have served. And I want to bring us home to something that is uniquely Coloradan. Lying between Red Cliff and Leadville in the very heart of the Rockies, Camp Hale was constructed in 1942 to accommodate the United States' 1st Mountain Warfare Army unit. Those training grounds prepared our troops for the harsh, unforgiving conditions of the Italian Alps, allowing for their crucial, pivotal role in the Allies' success during World War II. The 10th Mountain Division fought in Europe for 144 days. During that time, they broke the Germans' Gothic line, leading to the capture of Riva Ridge and advancement of the Allied forces throughout Europe. As I said, there's something uniquely Coloradan about the 10th Mountain Division, whose original domain is one of the most uncompromising and rugged mountainous regions in the world. I am deeply honored to represent those who once a year visit the 10th Mountain Division Memorial in Leadville, just outside of Leadville, Colorado. There we celebrate the strength, the courage, the sacrifice of those who came before. I am also deeply honored that in 2022, President Biden designated Camp Hale as a national monument, preserving hundreds of thousands of acres for recreation, conservation, and deep reflection about the sacrifices made and our Colorado way of life. While I do not personally have a family connection to those who served in the 10th Mountain Division both then and now, I have a spiritual one, as I believe we all do in Colorado, those of us who look to the mountains for strength, courage, and hope.
Senators Roberts and Carson. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, and thank you to the sponsors of this resolution and all of our military members here today. It's been a privilege and an honor to recognize you. I first rise in remembrance of my grandfather, World War II veteran Donald Roberts, who served in the Pacific Theater, but very proud representative of Camp Hale and the mountains where the 10th Mountain Division originally trained and established. And on a lighter note, I want to recognize that it's the men of the 10th Mountain Division who returned to Colorado after the war and built our great outdoor recreation industry, including our skiing industry. And it's because of them and their dedication that when the Olympics open up this evening in Italy, that we proudly as Coloradans can say we have the most Olympians of any state in our country representing us. And it is their contribution, the 10th Mountain veterans, that built that industry in our state that is so important to our economy, but also to our culture. And just like we can recognize our military veterans today, let us recognize that it's their sacrifice that allows us to cheer for the United States over these next 2 weeks and come together as a country under one flag and support our athletes as they compete abroad against the world. So thank you to our 10th Mountain Division veterans, both from World War II and beyond, for your contribution to Colorado and this country. Thank you.
Senator Carson. Thank you, sponsors.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. May I please have General Davis, Command Sergeant Major Crow, General, I hope I pronounce this correctly, DiProfio, and Deputy Executive Director Mike Bruno, please stand so we can acknowledge your leadership, your service, and for being here today. Thank you.
Representative Martinez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On behalf of the Veterans Caucus, we would like to thank everybody for coming out today and showing appreciation for our veterans and their families and being able to participate in all of the events that have happened today. And we want to continue to make this event bigger and bigger every year as we go on. And I would be remiss if I didn't mention the person that is responsible for helping organize all of this chaos and getting all this together, the resolutions, the events in the morning, the planning, the breakfasts. She is definitely not going to like that I do this, but I want to extend our heartfelt thank you and gratitude to Gina for helping organize all of this year after year and dealing with us. Thank you.
Members, we do have third reading business to tend to, but we will stand in a 10-minute recess so you may greet our guests, take a short break. We will see everyone back here at 11:50. The House will stand in recess. The House will come back to order. Members, I invite you to take your seats. We do have business. We extended our recess for a few minutes. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move House Bill 1041 on third reading and final passage.
We first need to...
Oh, that is my order. Sorry. Madam
Thank
Speaker.
you, Madam Majority Leader.
I move to proceed out of order for third reading.
Seeing no objection, we will proceed out of order for third reading of bills. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1041.
House Bill 1041 by Representatives Basenecker and Pascal, also Senator Pelton B., concerning the use of an electronic vehicle record for a certificate of title and in connection therewith, repealing the requirement for a paper certificate of title.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move House Bill 1041 on third reading and final passage.
Members, the motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1041 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Bradley, how do you vote? Representative Bradley votes yes. I am sorry that we are having audio difficulties today. Representative Lindsay, how do you vote? Representative Lindsay votes yes. Representative Ricks. Representative Valdez is excused. Representative Ricks is excused. Please close the machine. With 59 ayes, 0 noes, 6 excused, House Bill 1041 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to lay over House Bill 1038 until Monday, January 9th.
House Bill 1038 will be laid over until Monday, January 9th. Mr. Schiebel.
Oh.
Did I say January?
That's because I did.
Oh, members, forgive us.
Can I just withdraw it?
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I withdraw that motion.
So withdrawn. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to lay over House Bill 1038 until Monday, February 9th.
Seeing no objection, House Bill 1038 will be laid over until Monday, February 9th. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1001.
House Bill 1001 by Representatives Basenecker and Mabry, also Senators Exum and Gonzalez, concerning the promotion of residential developments on qualifying properties.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1001 on third reading and final passage.
Representative Richardson.
Thank you, colleagues. I would absolutely love to have a day where we can all agree on everything, so I'd ask you to join me in opposing this bill. We spoke quite a bit on seconds and a lot of amendments on the technical side of things on this bill yesterday, and I understand and agree that we have to work on housing issues, but I really believe this takes the wrong tack. The elimination of public hearings in what can be very complex and sensitive and emotional issues for citizens and neighborhoods, I think is wrong. As a former county commissioner, a former planning commissioner prior to that, I can tell you that land use hearings are not my favorite thing. Generally, somebody goes away upset. A developer doesn't get their way, or citizens don't get their way, or neither do, and everybody's unhappy. And you go down to your car and you wince a little when you turn the key, and when it turns on and everything's fine, you're happy. But it doesn't have to be that way. But this isn't the way to make that change. This isn't a broad streamlining measure that applies equally across the board. It grants specific privileges to very narrow types. We talked about some we'd like to see carved out. Our RTD we spoke to at length yesterday it's just not doing well in terms of managing their core mission, and now we're allowing them through this bill to become housing developers and go around well-established processes at counties. We shouldn't be giving them a procedural advantage in this. Most of our housing, the vast majority of it, is provided by the private sector. And quite frankly, that's where the vast majority of the solution has to come from, but they're not addressed in this. But local governments already have the authority to streamline their processes, and that's probably one of the things that bothers me most about this. We're imposing a statewide directive on local governments to do something that if they felt it was already right for their citizens, for their area to address their problems, they could already do. As a county commissioner about 6-8 years ago, we altered our local land use policies, regulations to allow administrative approval of a certain narrow set of subdivisions. We established economic development zones and streamlined the process where for multifamily housing could be allowed within certain areas that have been pre-designated, and they could proceed right to a single hearing before the Board of County Commissioners to approve a site plan. They didn't have to go through a planning commission hearing, then a BOCC hearing for zoning, and then perhaps subdivision after that. It was one single hearing, well noticed, with folks that could come through. So local governments can and are doing that. During committee, we heard testimony from multiple mayors across the metro area that clearly stated they weren't masking anything, that, yeah, we all have processes that we feel are clumsy, that we try to make better. But they have to be made better based on the circumstances of that locality faces. I think it was the mayor of Broomfield that had well over 1,000 lots approved all the way through their city processes, ready to go. Nothing's being built, and it's not the local government's problem. They're not standing in the way. It's the economics of the project, it's the cost of borrowing, it's the legal risks and other costs that are preventing these from being built. CCI was here this morning. One of their commissioners from the Western Slope sits on their local regional housing board. They had worked very hard to produce 42 affordable units. He expressed his disappointment that not one of them was going to be occupied by a school teacher, a fireman, or a police officer. There's things that we think we can fix in this building that we just cannot from the state level. So I would ask that we focus on what we can do to assist local governments in working through these issues, making them more efficient. There's some things we've done through DOLA and planning grants that make it a lot easier to update your regulations, to hire consultants, to pull the right folks together and eliminate barriers to the process locally. But those barriers differ from locality to locality. So that procedural side can be handled locally. They have the authority to make these changes locally. But the big thing that this forces that I find most disturbing is this elimination of the public hearing process, that transparency, that voice of the people. And yes, you're just always going to get more people, or the people that are opposed to things are always more vocal. I mean, you can look at this room and see that. There's going to be a lot more people coming up here that are opposed to something than will come up to say that it's the best thing to go forward with. But we can't cut that out. I would ask you guys and gals and everybody in the chamber just to think, would we ever consider saying that our ideas are so good that we would like the speaker to just read them across the desk and directly to the committee of the whole and just skip committee hearings, skip the testimony of those that are most impacted by our bills? We'd never do that. So why are we directing local governments to do so? This is the heart of civic engagement. This is where people come forward to talk about things, to bring forward issues that may not have been considered by staff. As a small county that was close to the metro area, we had a hard time keeping planners employed. We couldn't pay them what the metro did. During the 8 years that we're there, we changed CDS directors, Community Development Services directors, 3 times. We probably washed through a full set of planners 4 times. The people that know best their communities are not the people on our staffs. They are the people themselves. And to cut them out of it, I think is just very wrong. And to cut them out of it to allow development by folks and entities that actually aren't developers and that's not their core mission, I think is worse. So in an effort to continue our bipartisan agreement, I would ask you all to push the red button today. Thank you.
Representative Brooks.
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, thank you. There'll be some of my comments that will at least not be similar, perhaps echo my colleague, and some of it you probably also heard yesterday. I want to start with what I just heard from my colleague, however, about land use not being, sometimes the most fun of the items that commissioners or council people hear. They can be very difficult. I have had the honor, truly, of being involved in volunteer boards and commissions in town council in the town of Castle Rock for over 10, 15 years. I forget exactly what it is. It started volunteering on the town's water commission. It was really a utilities commission back then. But the Water Commission, where we were trying to figure out the long-term water plan for Castle Rock, because all of Castle Rock's water was just coming out of alluvial snowmelt from thousands of years ago. Tasted great, but that's not a very long-term solution. We needed to come up with something that worked for our community. We did come up with something that worked specifically for our community. I then went to Planning Commission. I had the opportunity to actually serve twice on the town's Planning Commission, served for a few years, and then came back and had the honor of being the chair of the town of Castle Rock's Planning Commission. Early in my Planning Commission time, land use was probably a little easier. Little backdrop, the vast majority of Castle Rock had been entitled, zoned in the 1980s, legally entitled, property rights decided back in the 1980s. Market conditions weren't really ripe yet to be able to come in and develop some of those parcels. Once the market improved and once the population of Castle Rock started to increase, then it became much more profitable to start to develop some of those parcels, and so we did. Where we sit now in Castle Rock is much more of a dicey land use proposition because all of the easy parcels have been developed. All the easy stuff has been done. So this is kind of what triggered for me the land use discussion, is that now it's all about infill. And if you could have gone back 10 years to Planning Commission meeting in Castle Rock, there were going to be some that were not particularly happy about what was happening. If you want to jump into a land use discussion now in the town of Castle Rock, it's particularly more difficult because it's all infill. Everything around it is surrounded. Everything becomes a little bit more of a difficult discussion. That's one of my concerns with this bill. Those discussions are heated. Those discussions are very important. Those discussions with our constituents, and I want to repeat that, our constituents, not mine, yours, your constituents, are very important. They're necessary. They need to be heard about what their concerns are with that new development that's going into the land that their realtor told them was always going to be open space. Check county records first, people. Probably isn't. Infill is going to be difficult. This completely circumvents any sort of public process where people have the opportunity to discuss that infill. Because some of the educational land that is owned, where is that? That's smack dab right in the middle of a single-family neighborhood. Of course, right? Because that's the infrastructure that you're trying to build. That's the infrastructure that actually good planning supports. Good town planning supports this. Development services support this. They want to make sure that you've got your schools, you've got your medical centers, you've got everything that supports a good, thriving community. So that educational land that's smack dab in the middle of a single-family neighborhood that could now possibly turn into multifamily housing is a complete destruction of one of the very cornerstones of our economy, single-family housing. You're going to put multifamily housing, high-rises, in the middle of single-family neighborhoods. That is what could happen with this. So one, I can't support that. I think that's bad planning, speaking as a former planning commissioner. But also, you're not allowing for a public process? Well, that's just irresponsible. Now, I did hear that, oh no, we're not completely cutting out the public process from this. There still would be an opportunity to allow for public comment. Well, when there were 9 mayors represented during committee, I asked those 9 mayors a simple question. I said, hey, this more administratively approved public process, what does that look like? Does that look like what we're doing right here, right now? Does that look like when you have the opportunity, the public has the opportunity to sign up, to testify, to come to give their opinion, to be able to come give their concerns to a public body? Does it resemble that? Does it resemble robust discussion? And they said no, no. What they're talking about, the public input, is more administratively public input. Yeah, I'm going to tell you right now, that's going to fire back on a lot of local governments. Golden, Broomfield, Cherry Hills Village, Centennial, Parker, La Junta came up. Boulder, Colorado Springs, Lone Tree, the only reason that my town was not there is because it was actually a town council night. Castle Rock has already sent letters in open opposition to this. They were all there. They were all there. And I want to just mention again that I am a little confused about what the disconnect is. Right? A lot of us came out of local government to where we are directly accountable to the constituents. And then we come here and our mayors show up to the meeting and say, this stinks, please don't pass this. And we say, that's cute. You know, drive safely on the way home. Why are we ignoring our mayors? Okay, I'm from Castle Rock, but anybody here? I'm sure there are some of us here that represent Golden, Broomfield, Cherry Hills Village, Centennial, Parker, La Junta, Boulder, The Springs, and Lone Tree. You have a responsibility to listen to them. What makes us so awesome now that we're here that we have forgotten how to listen to them? Those are our mayors. I sat in a Metro Mayor's conference There are a few other people. There's one senator there. There are 3 other representatives. I'm not pointing fingers that were there. That we sat and we listened to the mayors say. It was a room full of people. Say, please don't pass this. Please allow us to be able to represent our communities the way that our constituents have elected us to do so. But we're not listening. A couple of things I want to address from the introduction. There was a statistic that the first-time home buyer now averages in their 50s. Now, I can't say that this is true across all of the metropolitan area, but I can certainly speak for Castle Rock. You know why we have such a high age of first-time home or people that are buying in Castle Rock? First time in Castle Rock? Because their grandparents coming in to be able to help with their families, to be able to help with their grandchildren, to be able to help, they want to be here. So some of those first-time Colorado home buyers are actually coming in from out of state. Castle Rock, that's a particularly important statistic. One of the other things I want to address is that this notion that we're doing something right with affordable housing because, holy moly, the prices are going down. So we must be doing something right, so let's go ahead and continue to do more of that, and that's the support for this bill. I would actually challenge that net migration in Colorado has been declining rapidly over the last decade.
Rep. Brooks, you have 50 seconds remaining.
Goodness gracious. Thank you. Colorado is no longer experiencing sustained domestic in-migration. Demography office shows that approximately 12,100 more people moved out of Colorado to other states than moved in between July 24 and June 30, 2025. That's going to drive some prices down. You might figure that my conclusion about what's driving people out of the state might have to do with the regulatory nature, might have to do with the worry that they're going to have multifamily homes built right next to their single-family home. We have an affordability crisis. I admit that. I have freely admitted that. I will continue to admit that. This is not the answer. This is not the way we solve it. And we certainly cannot afford.
Your time has expired.
Thank you, sir.
Representative Titone.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaker Pro Tem, appreciate it. It's an honor to serve with you.
Honor to serve with you.
Thank you. Well, I wanted to say from my colleague in Douglas County that I do represent Golden, and here I am talking about what you're talking about too. I don't always come down here on third reading, but there's overwhelming support on my side of the aisle, and I wanted to make sure that I said a couple things about it. Aside from the city of Golden and Arvada not being in favor of this, the county, which is all in my district also, does not like this approach. And you know, if there's going to be a by right approach to this, there should be some, you know, it should only be allowed when there's objective standards that exist. The new zoning districts have clear non-subjective design and development standards. It should comply with the comprehensive plan. And there should be community benefits that are included. The project should provide public goods such as affordable housing in exchange for the fast track approval. And if it's involved in a special district, then there should have a better discretionary process in that. And when there are additional incentives, and some of the counties do have those additional incentives, those are ones that the county works directly with the developer on. If they want to get those incentives, the things that are designed to streamline the process and reduce costs, then they have to have that discretionary approach for the local governments to actually use. So this is a little bit heavy-handed for me. I think that there's a willingness for the local governments to have affordable housing and housing built in their communities, but they have all the different plans that they've been working on for a very long time, and this kind of just plows through it. And I don't really like the fact that a lot of people don't have a say in a lot of the process either. And for those reasons, I want to be voting no. But I do appreciate the sponsors of the bill for trying to get more housing in place. I do appreciate that, but I have to be a no on this bill today.
Representative Garcia Sander.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. So I represent two counties, Larimer and Weld, and I'm in an interesting position because one of my counties supports this and one doesn't. And I see some heads nodding. You're in maybe a similar situation where some of your constituents support it and some don't. You know, this addresses some issues brought forth in my more populous county. They have concerns about a lack of housing, and they see this as a great way to support addressing those needs. But my other county is definitely a home rule charter county, and they want local control. And I think this goes back to the premise that one size does not fit all. And blanket regulations for our entire state, they just don't meet the needs of every county and every municipality. So, you know, I wasn't on this committee, but this is what I'm understanding. What this bill does do is it requires local governments to approve residential developments on qualifying properties of 5 acres or less through an administrative process with no public hearings. And that's a concern. I know we're all concerned about the shutdown of public comment, especially when it affects where we live. It limits local authority over height, density, parking, setbacks, landscape, and buffering. And those are also concerns, you know, not to be a NIMBY, but people care about what's going on in their backyards. It overrides local control. It overrides the local decisions. It imposes one-size-fits-all zoning, and it undermines the home rule authority. It allows approval without public hearings and removes transparency and accountability. It gives favored entities exemptions while holding regular property owners to higher standards. It ignores long-term housing and infrastructure plans and recent reforms. It doesn't require affordability, and it allows market rate development. It lacks safeguards and increases risk of misuse and abuse. Homeowners rely on zoning for stability, and neighborhood character can be changed overnight. Infrastructure, traffic, schools, property values, and quality of life may be put at risk. Local leaders are saying no. Mayors and county commissioners statewide oppose this bill. Local governments warned of serious consequences, and their concerns have been ignored. And finally, communities already partner with housing providers through existing processes. This bill attempts to solve a problem that doesn't exist in many, many communities. So again, I represent two counties with opposing viewpoints on this, but I think going back to a one-size-fits-all blanket government regulation doesn't work well for all of Colorado. And in the wise words that I heard from somebody from Boulder County last year, today's solution is tomorrow's problem. We've got to think about that. Please vote now.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I also stand in opposition to this bill. I understand where the intent was coming from. We are seeing an affordability crisis across our state. However, more regulations from this body do not lower the costs. Actually, more regulations from this body will increase the costs. The more government red tape that we add, the more excess burdens that we give to the people, the more the costs go up. We have seen this countless times every single year. When we added the renewable standards to the energy codes, costs went up. When we saw an amendment yesterday to help with that, for the solar amendment, costs are gonna go up. When we say you have to check X, Y, and Z on a list, we are adding mandates that are not funded to all of this extra building code. Costs go up. Instead, let's take the intent of this bill and go back to our respective districts, talk with the people, talk with the local leaders, and see what works in the specific regions. Yesterday, we brought many amendments that would help for all of our districts across the state. We brought amendments to help with smart, forethought water planning. That way we don't have areas like I've had in my community who come back a year later begging for water because that water planning was not there in the planning structure. We had amendments to protect local control at the smallest forms, Like I mentioned, I have villages in my district. They are small enough that they are not considered municipalities. They're not called towns. They're not called cities. They are smaller, but they are still thriving. And I am proud to represent them, but they need to be able to act in local governance and not because of fear from the state. We gave voices back to our rural and small areas through amendments, and those were rejected. The thoughts that we hear do not always have to become a bill. More government means more cost. Less government, more control to the local people means lower costs. Why don't we try that for a year and just watch as the numbers go down? Affordability becomes easier to get a hold of for everybody in our state. And when we talk about affordable housing, we leave out the continuum of housing. We are addressing a small niche of the issue instead of looking at the ability for people to prosper and get pay raises. Instead of looking at single individual housing on fixed income, why don't we build family units so when they get a promotion, they build a family, they have somewhere to move to? Why don't we then help our seniors manage their affordability so they have somewhere to go once they retire? If we open up the housing market as opposed to restricting it, we actually will reach the affordability that we all desperately are trying to reach. But this comes from looking at all regions across the state, allowing the Western Slope to operate how they see fit, allowing the Eastern Plains to operate how they see fit, allowing Denver to talk with Denver because the housing issues here are different than House District 63. I respect that, but I'm asking for the same respect in return. Again, I will repeat, more regulations from this body here at the state capitol increase costs across Colorado. They don't decrease them. Local control will decrease the costs and make more affordability. I strongly urge a no vote on this bill.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I was trying to figure out how I could come up to the well with a banana stuck in my ear. And the reason is because I saw a skit when I was a kid, Bert and Ernie, and it was Ernie that had a banana stuck in his ear, and Bert said, why? And Ernie said, well, it keeps the elephants away. And Bert said, well, there's no elephants here. And Ernie said, it works.
I see we're using our leeway up front.
I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, I missed that. I wanted to give you a chance to say it again.
Appreciate it. We're to the bill.
Housing costs are not going down in Colorado because of the housing, the regulation and the redundancy that is being imposed on the housing market by this body. 2025 is when, if you look at it, rental prices started going down. It's also when crime started going down. And I'd say those are both related. Now, you hate the reason that they're both related, but they are related. You have removed an artificial supply of money and an artificial demand. When we look at this, I think we need to go, one thing we need to go back to is the beginning. That to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just power from the consent of the governed. This bill deals in restrictions. We know better than you. Subject. This body is putting itself in an excellency position over the citizens of Colorado. It is an incredible ignorance of market forces, only exceeded by ideological arrogance. This is a Bolshevik dream. This is creating winners and losers, telling nonprofits that they can bypass all regulation, that they can bypass the will of the people of that area. They can buy up an area of property, and they can just build high-rises. How hard is it to form a non-government organization, a non-audited, non-accountable government organization, or a highly profitable, non-audited high-profit organization? That's what we're talking about. This bill incentivizes that. This bill incentivizes corporate ownership. It incentivizes people, the citizens of Colorado, selling. It's the road to hell, paved with good intentions, promising a greater good that history shows never is. This is a problem. This is not a problem. What we have is that we have a high vacancy rate. Denver has a vacancy rate that is higher than it's been in 15 years. We can see that. We had bills last year to try to bail out the restaurant industry. Why is the restaurant industry hurting? Well, the restaurant industry is hurting for the same reason that business space in Denver is going for 1/10. This room. This room is the reason that businesses are selling for 1/10. Why there's a glut of housing on the market. The promise, these ideas that we're in a housing crisis come from imaginary demographics that they say Colorado Springs, for instance, is going to be at 1 million people, up 250,000 people in the next 25 years. But right now, the population is declining. So somewhere, the demographers have projected a mass influx of young fertile females between 12 and 18 years old. That's disturbing, I know, but that's what the demographers are looking at. That they are projecting this, and that so suddenly this is going to turn around. They don't have a basis for it. They just project it. Right now, the birth rate is 1.6 for the United States. That falls below the 2.1 to maintain. Colorado is at 0.05. Yet we're suddenly going to turn this around, and then we're going to have 1 million citizens in Colorado. And again, I think some of that population problem was solved in January. This is an emergency, but it's coming in 1.5 years. It's not for 1.5 years, and so this body has decided that it's going to impose a safety clause on it. Why? For the same reason that this bill says we're basically not going to have public hearings. It's telling the citizens of Colorado, feel free to sit down, shut up, and color. We don't need your opinion. That's what this General Assembly says every day to the tax widgets of Colorado. But let's remind ourselves, the gallery is above the floor, and the floor is above the governor, and we should not be dictating to the citizens of Colorado based on some ideology that we want everybody to live in a transit area corridor with a 15-minute walk to work, or a bus ride that nobody wants to ride. Somehow we're giving an extra $24 million per year to increase ridership on mobile mugging centers that nobody wants to ride, for less than 3% ridership. This bill is supposed to help address that, help bring everybody in and cram everybody into Colorado-style housing, moving them in closer. Colorado Springs, 25% vacancy rate. These are organizations that do not need, that should not be. The state government should not be in collusion with the housing industry. The collusion of government and industry is called fascism.
And Rep. DeGraff, I'm going to bring you back to something just sort of remotely related to the bill. You could pick a word. It could be affordable housing.
Sure. Affordable housing in this context is the government in collusion with the housing industry. The collusion of industry and government has a word that you don't like. But it's still the word, it's still the definition, it's still appropriate. But we won't say it because it makes people uncomfortable.
You can speak the words that you would like to, you just can't speak to other people's intents, Rep. DeGraff.
Oh, I don't know
And when
why
we're
they're
speaking
intent.
to collusion between this body and the housing industry, you are speaking to intent.
Well, I don't know. I'm not speaking to why they're intending to collude. I'm just saying we have a collusion between government and the housing industry. Or we have a collusion between government and nonprofit organizations. We have a collusion between government and non-government organizations. That's where the collusion is. I'm not speaking to why. I mean, I think profit is why, but.
2 minutes, sir.
Thank you. picking winners and losers, certain nonprofits, housing authorities, school district, higher education institution. If they have property that is excess that they want to build on, there's a simple solution. Sell it. Sell it back into the market. Let the community, let the local community figure out what to do with that property and how to do it. What local communities don't need is this body telling them how to run their communities. Because again, this body should be supporting the local governments, and the local governments should be in place to secure the rights of the citizens. But somehow, this group decided that once they were elected, they became anointed. They became anointed to dictate to the citizens of Colorado. This bill is a dictate. It is restrictive, and it considers the citizens of Colorado to be subjects. Those are the words of the bill. The bill replaces deliberation with bureaucracy. It subjects Coloradans to the whims of this building because we want to pretend that there's some problem based on something. It's not supported by demographics, it's supported by fear. We have a housing crisis, we have an affordable housing crisis. Here's an affordability problem: asbestos. The AQCC makes asbestos a problem and requiring mitigation if you take out 32 square feet out of something other than a personal home, or remove one bundle of shingles, calling it a major spill. That drives up housing costs. This doesn't address that. This type of stuff paves over that stuff and makes it worse. We need to not have this collusion. We need to get over the arrogance of this room thinking that they can dictate everything down to the citizens of Colorado,
Your time
and that
has
it's not
expired.
going to result in more of the same
Your time
problems
has
that we
expired,
have.
sir. Representative Sukla.
Thank you, Speakers Pro Tem. Well, 5 years ago, I was a county commissioner. Before that, for 8 years, actually. And I remember when I first got onto the board, I thought, well, there's a chair, there's a commissioner of deeds, and then there's a vice chair. And I thought that that's what the way that the power was with the commission. And then I realized when I became the chair that each commissioner had the same authority, actually. And the chair of a board of commissioners, the way I would describe them is they're a glorified secretary. That means they sign a lot of things, but when you push the button, you have the same authority. You have no more authority as the chair of a board of commissioners or less. One of the things that I see in this bill, it talks about a nonprofit organization that can demonstrate the history of providing affordable housing, a nonprofit organization that provides public transport, a nonprofit organization that has entered into an agreement with another nonprofit organization. The reason I brought up the commissioners is because there's three in counties that have 50,000 or less, and there can be up to 5 in counties that have 50,000 or over. But I'm going to use 3 because the majority of the counties have 3 county commissioners. My question is this: has the state demonstrated that they can do things better than the local government? Why is it that all 8 of my counties have a balanced budget? And why is it that the state of Colorado is sitting in a deficit of 700 million, $1 billion? I don't know yet. And I think about this, the bill sponsors brought this, somebody lobbied the representatives to come and present this bill in the first place. Wasn't that a form of public comment? So with this bill, what we are creating, in my opinion, is the 4th commissioner on the board. Because who is going to determine which nonprofit qualifies and which nonprofit doesn't? Well, it's going to have to be the state. The state that I just said cannot balance their budget and is $700 million in the hole, instead of the local government that has balanced budgets for all 8 counties. In fact, I don't know what the other, all 64 counties, but they all have a balanced budget, or they started with one, because by law, that's the way that it works. What we are doing here is we are trying to tell local government that the state knows best, the state that can't even handle their own affairs, and the counties are going to have to bow down. And it's going to be very interesting on all the other local issues where the state steps in and tells them what they're going to, how they're going to go about doing their business, because we have just created with this bill the 4th county commissioner. That is wrong, and we need to vote no. Thank you.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. It's an honor to serve with you.
Honor to serve with you, sir.
I think one of the first questions we all get when we're proposing new legislation is why? What's the purpose of this legislation? What does it do for our citizens? What does it do for the localities that we come from? The last 2 days, we've had major organizations in this building. Not only the counties, but in my particular case, Club 20, which represents 20 of the counties on the western slope. And guess what question I got what that was posed to me in both of those situations? It was why? What's the purpose of this legislation? And why in heaven's name is it needed? And it's very hard to answer that question. In fact, I can't answer that question. But what I can say is to build affordable housing today in the state of Colorado is very difficult without LIHTC tax credits from our federal government and/or funds from Proposition 123 and any other grants that we can do. But Prop 123 has the most significant amount of those dollars, or did, until some of them were swept not too long ago by way of executive order. Let me give you a little bit of math. If you talk to developers today, they will look you square in the eyes and they will say, I cannot pencil out, without those funds, a way to build what you need built in Colorado. That's not from one developer. That's from many developers that say, we can't pencil this out. And if they can't pencil it out, what happens? Doesn't matter whether it's property that nonprofits own, it doesn't matter whether it's property that schools own, it does not matter if it's properties that we own at a local level and local governments. It still has to pencil out. And it's not without those kinds of tax credits and Prop 123. And so I come back to what I asked before. What's the purpose of this bill? Because Prop 123 tells us if we want to apply for Prop 123 bills, or Prop 123 funding, we have to agree or we won't get any dollars, and then we have to perform that we can grow our base of dwelling units within our community targeted to low income at a rate of 3% a year. Now, it may not be 3% the first year. We may be able to negotiate that, but by the end of the second year, it has to be 6%. Let me repeat that. It has to be 6%. In the city that I represent, that I love so dearly, and had the opportunity to be their mayor for a period of time and on city council, that means in Grand Junction, Colorado, to apply and to gain Prop 123 funds, we have to agree to 1,800 to 1,900 dwelling units against 32,000 that we presently have in the city. Think about that for a second. 1,800 units. That's a lot of units. We didn't build 32,000 dwelling units in the city of Grand Junction overnight, I can assure you. And to agree to 6% is a very serious number. I must tell you, we have agreed to that. And we do, in fact, have 123 funds to help us. And I think every community in this state of significant size is applying for 123 funds. They already have the parameters. In addition to wanting to serve their citizens and address this affordability issue. So I come back to the same question. Why in heaven's name is this bill necessary? We already have it in 123. We already have it in LIHTC federal grants. And we absolutely have to have those funds to, in fact, pencil out with developers the ability to build this type of housing. Why? I can't figure it out. We're just creating a very complicated situation that doesn't overlay with 123, that doesn't have anything to do with LIHTC credits, but yet we're going down this road. And I don't know how to answer the people I talked with last night that represent local governments all over the Western Slope, as well as county commissioners from the state as a whole that say, why? I can't answer it. And I certainly can't vote for this bill.
Further discussion, Representative Barone.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Members, I'm coming up here not to speak too much on this bill. Of course, we spoke about it a lot in detail yesterday. We all know the implications. All I ask you, I'm coming up here to implore you to really pay attention to what the implications of this bill are. I'm sure, yes, this bill is coming with good intentions, but like my good colleague said, good intentions, paving, something about paving roads or whatever to a place with good intentions. I might have been mixing it up. But I'm coming here to implore you that this is going to have some major implications for local government. We are already tasked with many laws that we have to pass through here, many regulations. We do not want to add on and micromanage land use for local municipalities as well. That's just blanketing the whole state with 65 people in this room to make all the decisions. We don't need that. We don't want that. That's the reason. That's the reason why local governments exist. What's next? This is one more step towards taking away local government. Now we're going to, are we going to get rid of school boards as well? Are we going to get this will basically make planning commissions in the cities null. Think about that. So a few of you have served on planning commissions. You know what it is to be on that commission and the importance of making those decisions for your community. Stuff like this is one more step to making those commissions null. Less people getting involved in their communities, less people making that pathway to better their communities. I just want to quickly touch on a few of the implications. Utilities. We don't know here at the State House what their utilities are for local communities are, what they are not willing, but what they can bring out. This is unfunded mandates. Now we're putting more unfunded mandates on local municipalities and forcing these community members, these constituents of ours, to pay more to be able to buy more water, install new utility infrastructure, have to pay more for their fire districts, for their police, for their public safety. Because the state ain't going to do that with this. We don't have the money to do so. Let's not micromanage this anymore. Let's not put more on our shoulders. We already have enough. That's why we have local governments to help us at the local level. So I implore you again, members, really, if you spoke to your local electeds anytime between yesterday and this morning, I'm sure they told you the same thing. And I'm sure there are some other members that their local electeds probably told them the opposite of what I'm saying here. But the majority, I'm telling you, the majority of locals really think this is problematic. And I'm not saying this to the bill sponsors that I'm sure this is good intentions. I am very sure this is good intentions. We all want affordable housing. I'm just saying this is not the way to do it. This is not the way we should be going about it. So I urge a no vote on this, and I'm sorry, but I cannot support this bill. I'm going to stand for our local governments. Thank you.
Further discussion. Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. The General Assembly finds, determines, and declares that this act is necessary for the immediate preservation of the public peace, health, or safety, or for appropriations for the support and maintenance of the departments of the state and state institutions. We're all very familiar with that clause. It's at the end of most bills that pass out of this place. It's the safety clause. And it reaffirms what was added yesterday in the legislative declaration, Part D on page 5, that says Colorado urgently needs more housing. So the front and the end of this bill are in alignment. What I find curious, however, is that smack dab in the middle of this bill, when we talk about the implementation of this policy, we are told that it won't come into effect until December of 2027, nearly 2 years from now. I don't know about you, but that doesn't seem like an urgent time frame. And if it does seem like an urgent time frame to you, I really hope that you never serve as a fireman or woman, a policeman or woman, because waiting 2 years to resolve an urgent crisis will likely lead to some catastrophic outcomes. It's a question we asked yesterday when we put forth the petition clause. Why? Why are we waiting until then? It's a question that I continue to ask today, if indeed this is an urgent crisis. Now, I suspect that housing is being requested because people need to live in houses, not simply because other people like to build them. And so the question becomes, in 2027, what likely will be the demographic condition of Colorado? Moreover, what will Colorado look like in a couple years after that? Because, as you all know, buildings don't go up on a dime. unless you know have the skill set of the woman from I Dream of Jeannie, where she's like, toot, and then it's done, or Bewitched, and you wiggle your nose, and again, it's done. If you have those skill sets, then yes, 2027, you can have pretty quick housing built. But if you're talking about the normal course of things, it's going to be sometime after 2027, December of 2027, before we actually start to see these units pop up. What will the state of Colorado look like? Well, if we analyze the trends, we're likely going to have less population then than we do now. The Colorado State Demography Office shows that approximately 12,100 more people moved out of Colorado than moved into it between July of 24 and June of 25. And in my district, I can attest to the fact that there are more people seemingly moving out than moving in. I spoke to a realtor a couple of months ago who has been a realtor in my district for decades, and she noted that the increase in housing supply is largely due to long-term residents of Colorado being fed up with this building's decisions and moving out of Colorado. That is devastating to me. As a Colorado native, hearing about other Colorado natives or multi-generational families who are being pushed out of long-standing properties because of the decisions this body is making. And there is no end to the number of conversations I have in my district of people contemplating the same. People talking about moving to Wyoming, the Dakotas, Montana, and Idaho for some semblance of what it used to mean to live and be in Colorado. There's other demographic information that points to the idea that less and less people will be living in Colorado because they will be moving out for other reasons as well. But that's only one part of the demographic question. The other part is how many people will be born here. Because those are really the two ways we get people. They either come here and stay here, or they get born here. But that picture doesn't look any better. In fact, in many ways, it looks worse. Did you know that Colorado has experienced roughly a 1/4 reduction in its general fertility rate from 2020 compared to the annual average between 2001 and 2010? In fact, we mark the third largest declining population in the nation by birth. Between now and 2030, Colorado is expected to experience a loss of over 15,000 children, simply by the fact that they will not be born. For those who think in terms of school districts, if you were to take that amount of students and encompass it in a particular district, that is the equivalent of the entire Thompson R2J school district and 17% of Denver public schools. Again, the state demographer tells us that the deepening demographic implications of our low fertility rate in rural and frontier communities especially will be trends that carry long-term implications for school sustainability, local labor markets, and regional economic development. So by the time these houses, these developments can even be put up, will we have any need for them? Will there be any people here? 2 more points, just quickly. Colorado maintains a detailed official data sheet on vacant housing units by county and by municipality, which means we could tailor, if this policy is so urgent, we could tailor a policy that is specific to those areas that are needing the growth and continue to provide discretion to those communities that don't. Moreover, the Representative from Weldon Larimer counties made an interesting point about this tension between those folks who are in jurisdictions where maybe one authority, maybe the city or maybe the county and the, two counties are at odds about this policy. And I just encourage those who are in that situation to consider the fact that the people supportive of this policy already have the authority to make these decisions. If they want to grant this kind of building in their districts, they can. And so it may be better to side with the ones who are saying, please don't force this upon us. Give the ones who want to continue to make decisions on behalf of their communities the continued authority to do so. Housing is so important. And I do appreciate, as others have said, that the bill sponsors are trying to solve this problem. This isn't the right solve, though. I ask for a no vote.
Mr. Assistant Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Good afternoon, colleagues. I know everybody's ready to rock and roll. I won't take too long. I believe 1001 forces the hand of local governments to approve residential developments. I believe the HOME Act undermines home rule authority by overriding local decisions with one-size-fits-all zoning. And I've been talking to commissioners, city councilors, mayors for the last couple days now. And I think that's been a unified message from my caucuses is why. Why do we need this? I think the representative from Grand Junction did an excellent job of explaining the intricacies of what is going on with housing now with 1, 2, 3, and how these overlap and actually, I think, blur the lines quite a bit. I think what makes this hard for me is it's overriding local electeds. And one thing, I haven't been in politics forever, but one thing I've always been told is all politics is local. And that myself as a state representative, I stay in close touch with my local electeds because as I am here in Denver, they are the next closest to the people. And speaking of the people, not only have we cut out their representation by their locals, we have cut them out of the equation. And I think that's the hardest part that I have with this is if my constituents wanted to live in Denver or in high-density housing, I'm sure they would be here, but a lot of them choose to live there based on what our communities look like. If they wanted to live in metro areas, they probably would be here. But as we saw during COVID, people fled from metro areas into places like my district. And each one of them was because I can have a couple acres, I can have a dog, I can have some animals for my kids to raise, because it's quiet, because I don't have to look at a high rise, because this is mine, this is my little slice of heaven. And private property rights were like the founding principle of this nation, was being able to own something and not have it infringed upon. My communities have spent a lot of time and energy and money and commission sitting down and talking about how we want to build our communities. The feel, the look, the character. Those things matter. This will be my swan song from this podium as long as I'm here. Big city fixes exasperate rural problems. Constantly. I go on a 9-month apology tour once I leave here. It's unfortunate, but I have to. And once again, when I go into my district, my commissioners and my city councilors are going to be, why do the people in Denver, why do the people in the Metroplex, why do the people in the more dense population want to tell us how to live? Because if we wanted to live there, we would live there. If this bill passes, it changes neighborhoods. It changes all the work of the people that came before us as elected officials in my areas to build their communities the way I want. And I am sure that if my people or the people that I represent came in and onto your board game and shook it all up without your permission, you probably wouldn't be happy with it. I went back and I listened to testimony, and some of the people that testified, I actually looked up their party affiliation, and it was a pretty bipartisan message that said, we don't want this. It wasn't Republicans, it wasn't Democrats, it was Republicans and Democrats that are elected by their people that will be cut out of this. So now not only we cut the people out, we've cut their electeds out, and they said in a bipartisan fashion, we don't want this. Once again, like my colleague from Grand Junction said, this bill is unnecessary. It creates special privileges. It doesn't guarantee affordability. And it encourages speculation. I've seen this in my communities where people come in with big ideas, grab a bunch of tax credits, and leave my people high and dry. They never get the finished product that they're promised. The tax credits take off, and one more time, it was a slick salesman coming into my district, leaving with people's money, taking tax credits, and leaving half-built projects, half-built dreams. I want to be a fix. I want to be part of fixing the housing crisis. But this doesn't work in my area. And as myself and my colleagues bring forth ideas from our areas and from our elected officials, a lot of times they are shut out of the building. What I would look forward to is actually working together and not being told what is best for my constituents and not telling my local elected officials what are best for them. Some collaboration to sit down. And if you want to and you need to do this, make carve-outs. Whether it's based on population, frontier, or rural county. I think those things matter. One of the great representatives that are in this chamber came down into my district this year. And as we were talking, said, maybe we should start writing legislation based on these things because this is a different world. And those of you who have came, I encourage more of you to come. I live in a different world than you see every single day. And I am sure that if the power structure was in my district and I wrote a bill that you didn't like, you would be up here saying the same thing. But this is a numbers game in this building. And then we talk about true bipartisanship and putting down swords. But as we sit here and tell you, not only in a bipartisan fashion that we heard in testimony, but in a bipartisan fashion as people that represent 2 million people and look and say, hey, this doesn't work for our people. And we're told this will work for your people, and we'll be told that on the board here pretty soon. Talking about being bipartisan and talking about taking care of each other's community is only talk if we don't act on it. We're early in the session. There's times to make amendments to bills. There's times to sit down and have real conversation. There's time. There's time up until the last minute you press that red or green button to make change, and to make change for all of Colorado. I've been here 4 years, and I listen to the governor talk about a Colorado for all every year, and you all know they're long speeches. But my commitment is a Colorado for all. My question for you is your commitment a Colorado for all. Is your commitment to a Colorado for small communities that don't want overbearing legislation like this? Or are you continuing to tell us what we need? That's the hard part for me. When we look at you and we plead and even beg for a little bit of help to relieve unfunded mandates and the stress and the power structure that comes out of this building onto my communities and lots of pieces of legislation that happen. Once again, I want to be part of fixing the housing crisis. But once again, we still have enough time to make amendments. We still have enough time to work together. And we've talked about cooling down the temperature in this chamber. And there's a representative I respect very much in this building that said, people have to make the first steps because everybody's afraid to move out of the corner because they don't want to take a hit from either side. Well, one thing I've learned is usually when both sides are mad, it's best for the people of Colorado. And I'll say it again, when both sides are mad, it's usually best for the people of Colorado. So I urge my colleagues, let's start taking that step forward. Let's start listening to each other. Small town and rural Colorado matters. We may not have the numbers on the big board, But we get up, we put on our pants one leg at a time, we go to work, we pay taxes, we clothe you, we feed you, and we heat your homes. That deserves respect. Respect's earned and it's not given. I've always been an honest broker with you all. This is the first time to speak from the well this year. I just ask you respect my people, you respect our opinions, and you start to come to the table. I don't know who's going to make those first steps. I look at you all, I have no idea. But if we don't figure this out, my people are done. They're burned out, they're tired, and they know this is a numbers game, but they deserve a seat at the table. And to the bill sponsors, I will work with you on housing, but we have to do it in a way that's conducive for all.
AML
please
Winter, you have 30 seconds
Thank you,
left.
ma'am. Please recognize, I invite you both to come into my district. I'll have another tour this summer, so you can see for yourselves the big city fixes exasperate rural problems. Thank you.
Minority Leader Caldwell.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I promise you I'll be brief here because I think our caucus has really summed up all the points and arguments of why, and I don't want to speak for everyone's votes, but why a lot of us oppose this bill. And I want to start off by saying to the Speaker Pro Tem, the sponsor of this bill, that I very much appreciate his willingness to come to the office a couple weeks ago and sit down and have a conversation with us and explain this is why I'm running this bill. This is why I'm supporting this based off of what I believe will fix the problem. And I just want to say I would love to see more of that on frankly all the bills, because to hear him out one-on-one and hear his explanation of why he runs it, and we were very upfront with each other, and I think that's important when we have those conversations. We say, I understand why you're running this bill, but here's why we have a problem with this bill, or here's why I have a problem with this bill. You know, our districts are so different here, and you know, some of us, like my assistant minority leader, he represents what it feels like 3/4 of the state of Colorado, and other of us, we represent, you know, portions within metros, and so you're not encompassing the entire area of that city, that metro area that you live in. And you have people like myself that represent House District 20, Northern El Paso County, where we don't have cities there, but what we do have are small towns like Palmer Lake and Monument. And you know, having that local control and that input from the community on how we develop, it's so important, because when we have these town halls and these town meetings and the community shows up, and you know, Palmer Lake, the population's around 2,500, and when you see a few hundred people attend some of these meetings, I mean, that's a large percentage of the entire town, and they go there to make their voices heard, and they give their input on whatever the case may be, if it's roads or potential new developments, and it's heard from the people who live there, and they give their input, and then that's taken into account by whatever the case may be, by your local elected officials, by your developers who are pitching what they want to do and what they want to build in your community. And you get feedback, and you actually work together at that local level, and they'll say, you know what, we weren't thinking about fire evacuation routes in this particular area if we build this particular development. And that's great, and we'll make sure that we put that in there. And so, as all of my colleagues who've come up here before me and talked about the public input for the community planning, and just the fundamental principle of local control is what matters to us in a lot of districts that we represent around the state of Colorado, and that's the way the system was set up. That's the way, you know, your voice is strongest at the most local level possible. The idea of federalism. As my colleagues had pointed out, how many mayors and commissioners from both sides of the aisle have come forward and said, we don't want this, what we consider state control of how we build our communities. And that's why our people live in these communities, because they don't want the state, or they don't like how the state would plan their communities. They move to those communities in order to help be a part of that planning as well. I spoke with one of my mayors about this bill, and they raised issues such as, if a nonprofit, say a school, wants to build some workforce housing on their property here, it's the town that's going to have to maintain the roads going into that new housing area and to plow the roads. And so essentially the way we look at it is this is an unfunded mandate. The state's not going to fund these new roads and plow these new roads for us if this housing is built. And having their say taken away in that, it is an unfunded mandate, because now the state is allowing this to be built, and now we have to pay out of our tax money, which is already stretched thin in a lot of our local communities. We just can't afford to add that without the proper planning that we do at a local level to make sure all the areas are covered for that. And one of my colleagues said earlier, and I think it was great, but it was this is a long-term fix. We're putting this into law. This is a long-term fix for a short-term problem. And this will be the law going forward now, and we're passing this law that will be on the books, and we all know that it's very hard to get rid of laws once they're on the books, because the reality is we're saying that we're having a housing shortage now, affordable housing shortage, and so we need this bill to fix that problem. But as my colleague from El Paso County had laid out the vacancy rates in Colorado Springs, we have high vacancy rates right now. And so how long is this actually going to be a problem? Is it 10 years, which may seem like a long time, but we're putting a law on the books that will be here for generations. And so long-term legislation to fix short-term problems. I just don't think that's good governance. And when I talk to some of my local elected officials, they say the problem with building affordable housing is not because our local communities aren't being efficient enough or aren't allowing it. The problem is the cost. The problem is the cost to build the affordable housing. That's what the holdup is. It's not because local communities just aren't moving quickly enough. Our local communities, in my opinion, are much more efficient than the state government at a lot of things. And so, with that, I will obviously be a no vote, and I urge my colleagues who are considering being a yes, understand that, if you represent certain portions of the state, other portions of the state, it's different. And again, my assistant minority leader made a really compelling argument on why that is. And so with that, I urge a no vote, and I appreciate everybody's attention on this.
Representative Mabry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I want to address a few things that we heard in this debate. The first thing I want to say before I get started is, to me, this bill is about asking ourselves, are we going to fight for more power through local control, or are we going to fight for more affordable housing? This bill is about cutting red tape. We are trying to streamline affordable buildings. And the developers of affordable housing and the groups that build affordable housing here and maintain affordable housing here want this because it makes it easier to build that affordable housing that we so desperately need. I appreciate a point that was made about the state demographer talking, pointing to data about more people moving out of the state than moving in. I think a big part of the reason why is because we have an affordable housing shortage. In Larimer County, 79.9% of residents cannot afford homes in the community that they live in. In Adams County, 72.7. In El Paso County, 72.1. In Arapahoe County, 71.5. Jefferson County, 68.6. Denver, 60.8. The affordability crisis is driving people out of the state to more affordable states. And we have a duty to do everything in our power here, an all of the above approach, to build more housing. I see the affordable housing crisis firsthand through the work that I do, representing tenants who are facing eviction. These are people who are working, people with multiple jobs. I many times have represented people who have multiple jobs, who are continuing to work, who have fallen behind because they missed a paycheck or two, or they had an emergency car repair. We are seeing the impacts of an economy where 60% of people are living paycheck to paycheck, and around 70% of people have less than $1,000 in their bank account. I'm proud of the work that we've done over the past few years, not only to stabilize tenants, but to incentivize the building of more housing. We have seen fruits from that work. I'm glad that rent prices are modestly going down, and part of the reason why that is happening is because more housing is being built, but that doesn't mean we should stop our efforts. Only 20% of homes in Colorado are affordable for Colorado teachers earning a median salary, and half of Colorado renters spend more than 30% of their income on housing. There is a shortage of land to build housing that is affordable in established communities and neighborhoods in Colorado, and that drives up prices too. This is about unlocking potential that is already in our communities. Currently, there are unnecessary barriers in place that prevent public schools, nonprofits with a history of building affordable housing, housing authorities, and transit agencies from building new housing on their underutilized properties. We can fix that. We can establish a process that will be 28% faster, which saves time and money, so these projects can pencil. This bill takes a systematic approach to addressing the urgent need of our state and all communities to create more housing. So I appreciate the concerns that we have heard about change happening in our communities, but we cannot lose sight of the fact that prioritizing restrictive development and design standards over building more housing is part of the reason why we have a housing shortage, not only in Colorado, but in this country. This is something that anti-poverty scholars and academics who study housing have been talking about for years. So many books, The Color of Law, Abundance, have come out about how our restrictive zoning practices have led to an affordable housing crisis. Well, we partnered with affordable housing providers to try to make the process a little bit easier. This law allows for public input on the objective standards that govern the administrative review process and housing development, which are adopted through public hearings. What it does not allow for is arbitrary or inconsistent standards that treat each project differently or unpredictably. Those type of processes have stopped the building of housing that our communities desperately need. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on House Bill 1001.
Thank you, Rep. Speaker Pro Tem Basenecker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to serve with you.
It is an honor to serve with you.
Members, I will keep my remarks brief, no more than 10 minutes. I appreciate the robust debate and the discussion on the bill. I want to tell you a little bit about how we got here and what this work has looked like, because housing work is complicated. It cuts at communities, and we feel that when we debate these bills here. This bill has involved, I think at this point, hundreds of hours of stakeholder work. And let me be clear, it does not matter to me if you are a Republican mayor or if you are a Democrat mayor, if you are a Republican commissioner or a Democrat commissioner. If you have asked to meet with me about this bill, I have met with you. And that invitation extends past whatever happens here. Because I understand a couple things that I think we all share. And that is, it doesn't matter where you live in the state of Colorado, finding housing that is affordable is hard, if not impossible. It is true in rural Colorado, where projects are incredibly difficult to pencil out. It is true in our mountain resort communities, where short-term rentals and second homes eat up a lot of the housing supply. It is true in Larimer County, where I live, where CSU students would like to stay in my community after they graduate, but each year I have to say, I hope you had an affordable rental. I'm sorry you can't find a place to live and buy your home. Better luck next time. That story repeats throughout communities across the state of Colorado. Why are people leaving our communities? Because they can't afford homes. Where would they go? These are not folks that are somehow different than you and I. These are teachers. These are folks who provide long-term care for older adults. These are folks who respond to emergencies in our communities. There is no housing for them in your county that they can afford. It's true in Weld County as well. 65.5% of folks cannot afford a home in Weld County. It's true in Larimer County. And this is not a problem that one county or one municipality is going to solve. We could solve it in Larimer, but that doesn't mean that the rest of the surrounding markets will somehow be free of the other impacts that they're having. It requires thoughtful statewide and regional collaboration, concern, and in this case, legislation. That's why this bill adopts objective standards to look at a problem that has for so long been too subjective in nature. I want to tell you about a project that impacted a couple of my colleagues in Thornton. It was a 3-story affordable housing development that was green lighted, had Prop 123 dollars, got approval from planning and zoning, and what happened? It was denied at 1 o'clock in the morning by a city council. I want to read to you some of the signs that protesters had out front. And I'm reading from an image that you can find on the internet just as readily as I did. Call Thornton City Council, your voice matters. Say no to building a 3-story low-income, high-density housing project. Remember Aurora, is what they said at the bottom of those signs. We should recognize the fact that for too long, zoning in some instances has served as a historic redlining tool to say, you can build affordable housing, but not there. You can build affordable housing, but not for those folks in my community. That is what is playing out day in and day out. That is why objective standards matter. Because when you look at the numbers, you look at the data, you look at the development, and you say housing makes sense here, there is infrastructure, there is water, then we don't get to ask the question of, but what about who's going to live here? What if they become my neighbor? You see, I actually do agree with you on private property rights. I just don't think you bought somebody else's land and get to tell them what to do with it. I think Habitat owns that land. And if they want to build affordable housing, we should make it easier for them. I think your public housing authority owns that land, not you. And if they want to build affordable housing, we should make it easier for them. And I think I know a lot of school districts, especially in our mountain communities, where being a superintendent is secondary to the work that these educators are doing. Eagle County, the superintendent there would describe himself, I'm guessing, more as a full-time real estate developer and less as a superintendent. Why? Because he can't find teachers who can afford to live in his community. What does that mean for students? What does that mean for the number of days of instruction that we're able to offer? This has very real impacts on our communities. I love Proposition 123. You'll hear from me later this session on a bill. Would that those dollars would be enough. What this bill actually does is makes those dollars go a little further. Yesterday, we adopted an amendment that says if you build a unit under this administrative review process, we'll give you a 10% bonus towards your Prop 123 goals. We also said that this process is 28% faster, meaning at the end of the day, you can build more units for less money and make those $123 go even further than they do today. This is not a future problem. This is not tomorrow problem. This is a now problem. We don't get the luxury in this building of deciding which problems we have to wrestle with. But we do have the opportunity to make sure that the folks who sit in these seats long after us can point to meaningful solutions that we brought forward, even if it's not the silver bullet to any one issue. That is the choice we have today. To speak to the issue of affordability in our communities, to speak to the issue of affordable housing, to recognize the fact that our state is not just for folks who got here in time and could afford the price of purchase in that moment. It is for my kids, it is for your kids, it is for the future generations that also want to call Colorado home. We unlock that promise by making serious on our commitment to solve the issue of affordable housing. I would ask for your yes vote on the bill.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1001 on third reading and final passage. Chief Clerk Riley, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Lindsay, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Lindsay votes yes. Representative Bradley, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Bradley votes no. Please close the machine. With 35 aye, 24 no, and 6 excused, House Bill 1001 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative Lindsay, co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Members, new adventures are important in life. Let's all give Chief Clerk Riley a hand. I encouraged her to put on a mustache so we'd all believe she was really Mr. Schiebel, but... Okay, Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to lay over the balance of the calendar until Monday, February 9th, 2025.
Seeing no objection, the balance of the calendar will be laid over until Monday, February 9th. Announcements and introductions. Thank you all for signing up in advance. Representative Brown.
I actually signed up today. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Yes, you did.
I don't even have to pay any more money. Of course, I've still got $2 in my I didn't sign up fund. So
Yes, you do.
On Tuesday, for those of you who are members of the Appropriations Committee will be meeting at 7:30 a.m. in the Old State Library. We will hear bills that have been referred to the Appropriations Committee at that time, specifically the 30 or so bills that are part of the supplemental package. So get ready.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Since it is Friday and because of Military Appreciation Day, as well as the bill we just heard, I thought it was only appropriate to highlight one of the wars that took place in Colorado, the Lake County War. It was a violent range feud in Colorado Territory stemming from land and water disputes between established residents and newcomers. History rhymes. So I hope you all have a wonderful weekend. Remember, you're loved and amazing, worthy and adored.
Thank you. Representative Stewart.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to let you all know that Club 20 is in the building today, or they were. So please say hi, West Slope, Best Slope.
Thank you. Representative Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, today on Military Appreciation Day, I want to give you some information about the Hidden Figures person that we're going to be recognizing today, Vernice Flygirl Amore, USMC pilot. Vernice flew her way into U.S. history by becoming the nation's first black female combat pilot. A former Marine Corps captain and police officer, she was nicknamed Fly Girl. Deployed as part of Operation Iraqi Freedom in 2003, Vernice was recognized by the Department of Defense as America's first African-American female combat pilot. Vernice flew above the deserts of Iraq in her missile-equipped attack helicopter, engaging the enemy and scouting the roads from her cockpit, making sure they were safe for her fellow Marines. And soldiers on the ground. Vernice has 2 honorary doctorates and has received numerous awards as a pioneering pilot, including honors for her commanding role in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. She recently wrote her autobiography, Zero to Breakthrough. Thank you.
Representative Woodrow.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Colleagues, very briefly, Finance Committee will be meeting Monday, February 9th at 1:30 p.m. in room 112 to hear 4 bills, 1026, 1053, 1062, and 1036. See you then.
Thank you. Members, I have an announcement. As was mentioned earlier during resolutions, we have 27 Coloradans on the U.S. ski and snowboarding team in the Olympics. So I hope with opening ceremonies, everybody has some time to enjoy. We're also celebrating a dusting of snow, 8 inches at Loveland, 6 inches at A Basin, 5 at Winter Park, 4 at Eldora, 4 inches at Steamboat. Keep doing the snow dance. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the House stand in recess until later today.
The House will stand in recess until later today.